We'll make him official here in about 1 minute. He'll be legal, my gosh. And guests here in the chambers, I'm going to set in for President Herman for a while this morning, so I'll get the meeting started. And he'll be with us probably before noon. He's up at a dental appointment, so I'm going to call us to order. And I'll come down and administer the oath to Norman, and then we'll have roll call and move on from there. So I'll come down and swear Norman. All right. Yeah, would you stand and say aye?
Aye.
Norman Running.
I, Norman Running,
Do hereby solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear and defend
the Constitution of the Sioux Nation
the Constitution of the Sioux Nation
against all enemies
against all enemies
as identified in treaties or by the Sioux people,
as identified against the treaties and against the people,
and I will carry out faithfully
and I will carry out faithfully,
and impartially
impartially,
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my abilities,
and will cooperate,
and will cooperate,
promote, and protect
promote, and protect
the best interests of my tribe,
the best interests of my tribe,
the Sioux Nation,
Sioux Nation,
in accordance with this Constitution and bylaws.
of course,
In accordance with this Constitution
in accordance with the Constitution
and bylaws.
bylaws.
Congratulations, Norman. Glad to have you with us.
And then sign in right there. Put your name right here.
Thank you. Thank you, dear. Okay, Council, now that we have Norman seated, we'll have roll call.
Jordan Ron? Russell Eaglebear?
Oh.
Lisa Whitepipe? Steve Brave?
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife?
How?
Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson?
Here.
Michael Lunderman?
Here.
Fremont Fallis? Tennille Blackfeather?
Here.
Bill Marshall?
Here.
Wayne Frederick? Eileen Schott? Martha Blue Thunder? Sherry Wright Plank? Norman Running Sr.?
Here.
Pamela J. Kilswater?
Here.
Raymond Crow Eagle?
Here.
Dara Hyatt? Donna Holliford Bear?
Good morning, I'm here.
Dwight Spotted Tail?
Oh.
15,
This is Eileen, I'm here.
16.
Lisa's here.
Lisa signed it?
Yeah.
17.
17 present?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a quorum. Russell, could you lead us in a prayer?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm honored to sit on the council with Norman again. It's years since he's been here, but
Yeah. It's good to have him back.
welcome him back. And then we have all these young people here today to kind of witness what goes on here at Tribal Council. And it's good to see them. And I said the last time I saw a youth coming in here was when we started that fight against our Keystone XL. They brought a little donation here with it's a big jar full of coins. That was their donation contribution to our struggle and our fight. But with that, I'll say a prayer. Oya takashila akantushni wotaku omachata yampiko. Ampetu kila hoyu ni chapi unka. Oya le oyanke wa eta wogalaka wichasha wangala nirapina wana ake gliotake. Oinka wopilonkapi na le ampetu ki wa kainja igluita pina ijan lel hippie oinka taku wankapi ki holena trokata ki wokachne wobble na woyuk jamaste wichaku. Nampetu kile omanicho el taku akiuyon piktanka eta unkija wokachne na wobble na woyuk jamaste unkupo. Ja, ampetu kile tona wachinia piko na wichunkiksia. Hoch kuje tipi i checkte spaya pi ni hoch ni chetka ochanku kaha piko na wichunkiksia pi. Woke na wichozani unkapelo. Ampetu kile unshunkila po homitaku oyasi.
Council, we have Mr. Brian Brown and his drum group here. They would like to do the flag song for us this morning. Brian?
All right.
While they're getting set up here, Hamadakwe, Brian Brownie Machiapalo from Rosebud Elementary. We are Rosebud singers here. Today we come to you with great honor and great courage because these boys and these girls have been singing all year. And all of us know that this year has been very unprecedented. It's been a roller coaster. It's been hard. But all through the struggle all year, these boys and these girls have been singing every day. And we are super proud of them. And so even through these hardships and hard times, and even a loss of a lot of our relatives, they still have persevered. And so we wanted to bring them before you today to let you know that we are still staying together as a unity strong, and that we are still standing here, and that we are proud to be Sichangu and proud to be Lakota.
Oh.
And that's why we do these things. And so we wanted to come so we can empower our kids and try to elevate them to make them feel good, to let them know that we always remember them and that we are thankful to have them. And so we wanted to come and honor all of you here today, the ones that govern our laws and govern our lands as a people and as a relative. And we also wanted to role model to come up here and to be a good relative. And so we wanted to model that to all of you, that we are here to honor you and that to show you that we are thankful for all of you, and for the tribal council and for everyone here.
Good one.
let's take one step, come this way so that we can have some room. Okay, everybody get room over here. Take one step toward me, this one. Okay. Deep breath. Just like at home, boys. Just like we do at home, same way. Okay, make your ears quick. You ready? Thomas, you got this, turn to the right cadence. Okay, you ready?
I had the boys take a vote this morning. And I said, do we want to sing a victory song for the people, or do we want to honor them? And the boys really wanted to do an honor song. So this next song that we are going to render for you, we want to honor all of you with this.
Thank you, Brian.
Marlo.
I'm glad to have you
We
over
really
here.
appreciate all of you, and we're thankful that we have you. We're thankful that you are our relatives, and that you sit before us on the tribal council. We respect you, we look up to you, and we count on you, and we depend on you. So this is our way, this is what we have to show you that we are thankful for you. So with that, Pilar Marlo.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Come back again. Council, is there anyone that needs to be excused from Bill? Tomorrow? Okay. Vanessa?
Like these.
Okay.
Chairman, this is Stan. I'd like to be excused tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment.
Okay, Stan. Thanks.
I'd like to make, or good morning, council administration. I just want to say thank you to the elementary boys. That was such an honor and a blessing to hear their songs today. That will empower us to be leaders for their future too. Thank you for that. And I would like to be excused maybe about 2 o'clock for about an hour.
Sure. Fremont, you needed to leave at 3? Okay. Anyone else need to be excused? We'll need a motion. Pam has moved, Martha seconded, question by Bill. All in favor? Eileen?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
18.
Okay. Council, have you looked at the agenda? Is there any changes or additions to our agenda? Russell?
Oh, you have a standing motion. I don't know if it amounts to anything, but, you know, we have 17 members in our chamber, so can we deal with those, first reading, second reading, so that they can move forward, I think.
Yeah, I think the motion said we would deviate to do that, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Really good to see our young people, at least learning their way of life, their culture. We're losing so much today, you know, and here we have a good reminder of our young people coming here, telling us that still out there, still alive. You know, so I'm really proud of them. Reminding me.
Pam,
Good morning, council. Good morning, administration. Chairman, when the tribal chairman gets here this afternoon, and maybe if we're done doing our readings for our resolutions, I would like to have a report on the ARPA stuff that's going on. There's a lot of people that don't know what they need to do as far as applying and stuff, because there's nothing being said out there, along with SWA's assistance that they're helping with. I think it'd be nice to have that said on air, so that way at least they know who to contact and where to go with that.
sure.
Thank you.
Lisa,
Good morning.
good morning.
Under, let's see, after BIA, is there a report, and then under Indian Health Service, can we ensure that Melody and CEO from IHS will be down here?
Okay,
I don't know what time. I could have Wayne call and see.
yeah, it'll probably be a while if we're gonna jump into those.
Maybe this afternoon after lunch?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. And then is it, if possible, under the constitutional officer's report, can we put budget and finance together with the treasurer's report?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have some stuff we need to go over with him, from our budget and finance meeting, so we can have it at the same time, if that's okay, Madam Secretary? Okay.
Any other changes to the agenda?
Chairman,
Yes, Donna?
this afternoon with the ordinances, I'd like to do the second reading for Resolution 2227. Thank you.
Okay, I think Nicole has a list of those that we need to deal with, don't we, Nicole? Okay. So we need a mo-
This
Yes,
is Ali. Can we discuss IT today? I have something that I wanted to discuss.
add that on.
Urban. Thank you.
Okay, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Lisa's moving,
Donna?
second by Donna. Question, Pam? All in favor? Eileen?
Yes.
Dan?
Oh,
Donna?
Yes.
Tennille?
Yes.
Steve?
yes.
19.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, so we will get into the ordinances, I guess, Nicole. Pardon me? Yeah, we could do our reports, I guess. Yeah. And then we'll get into those readings.
Have to get on something.
Yeah. You want to start?
My report is just the minutes, March. And
Well, that's a standing motion already, so we should automatically get into that. We do have 19 here, and that's kind of a,
remarkable number.
yeah. I don't even know if our partner at Norm knows how to contact. I'm trying. Not really. Are you? Good.
They want to do the ordinances first?
Yeah.
Okay. Nicole, I guess you want to do ordinances first, so.
Was that ideal?
Okay, the only resolutions are up here is SWA, Land and Natural, Social Service, Judiciary, and Budget Plans.
I have some help for us.
That's the budget plans.
Corrected it.
Yeah.
Keith, I think Nicole went to get those ordinances we need to work on, so. That'll take us all day. It'll be all day going through them. Short and sweet, close, short and sweet. Yeah, we'll be all day on them.
Yeah.
Read it on. Any questions?
Chairman?
Huh?
In this ordinance packet that was given to us, we don't have the human trafficking one in the packet.
Okay. Nicole went to get some copies of what we need here, so we're waiting on her.
Oh, I lied. I got it in here. Sorry.
So far, she's.
Do you have that packet of ordinances? They're making copies? Okay.
Got yours. Ordinances.
These are the only four? Only? Take all day, huh? Long order amendments. First reading to increase the travel tax code. We're making copies? Okay. Council, we're making more copies.
Take a minute break.
5-minute break, Chairman?
5 minute?
5 minutes.
Okay. Five minutes. Get
Yeah. Yeah.
Reading, that's, the truancy one. Okay, we had the first reading. This will be the second.
So go to the next one.
Yeah, there's more coming up.
Go to the next one, we'll do for that first truancy.
This is on the way.
What's the next one, Nicole?
She's running copies of all of these other ones.
Oh, she's making copies
Yeah,
of
there's
those,
also-
okay. So we,
I
wait a
guess,
minute.
education, Truancy is coming to read this. Yeah. So that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, we had the first reading in February, huh?
Yeah, it's on the bottom. Yeah.
Is this the only one or is there some more?
Yeah.
Nicole, is there a couple more coming?
There's 4 of them altogether.
The human trafficking, we'll have to wait on that one because they are going to be doing some revisions to it. We need a new version from Lloyd to accommodate everything that was taken into consideration during the hearing, the public hearing. So that one's not ready yet.
Okay, so we'll wait on that one.
Ask her about the truancy.
Tennille, is this truancy one ready to come on?
That's me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Donna, is that ready to come on then, to 2227?
Yes, sir.
For the second reading,
Truancy's coming down to present.
what?
Truancy from Education's coming down to present.
Oh, they want to speak on it? Oh, okay. I'm trying to get in a hurry here.
There's the ones who read it the first time. This is anybody else's question.
I'm trying to go too quick.
So human trafficking, we gotta wait.
That's what she said. They're waiting on more
So we just got
information
three
or
more
something.
then.
Waiting on something for that one.
They're one of the last fees that money.
Sure.
Sure.
Whenever they do the reading for this, do they have to read all of the changes in for the record?
I think they do.
Okay,
Mhm.
so are we gonna wait for them, or should we have somebody from the education committee start that?
Somebody from Truancy is on their way, aren't they? Cool. They wanted to speak to it, I guess.
Before we do the reading?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's not, I get through some areas of Springfield. Only places like down.
The tax commission one? Quarter?
Second question. Second by.
Second by Norman, question by Jordan. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You want me to read it at the record before you vote, or?
Donna?
Yes.
Eileen? Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
I was supposed to read it. Oh, that way if there's any amendments, then we'd have to go back and,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe entered into a tax collection agreement with the state of South Dakota on a provision of the agreement includes new laws enacted by the South Dakota legislature and SB 1 was adopted, which increased the tax rate of sales tax, use tax, amusement or device tax, and the excise tax on farm machinery, farm attachment units, and irrigation equipment. And whereas the South Dakota legislature enacted SB 1 for educational purposes, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe does not have to dictate tax revenue for the same purpose as the state. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and amends the Tribal Tax Code, Title 11 of the Law and Order Code to increase the rate of tax on sales, use, amusement device, and farm machinery, farm attachment units, and irrigation. Now the amendments made were on the back of the page under Section 1. On the second sentence there of Section 702, the tax rate of 4% has been increased to 4.5%. The next amendment will be under Section 705.2, Subsection 1. Parts or repairs on farm machinery, attachment united, and irrigation equipment. Strike out the next wording, used. Strike out primarily, exclusively for agricultural purposes. Strike out the remaining of that sentence. And include which are exempt from the tax imposed by this chapter pursuant to Section 708. If the part replaces a farm machinery, attachment unit, or irrigation equipment part assigned a specific or generic part number by the manufacturer of the farm machinery, attachment unit, or irrigation equipment. The next amendment is under subsection 2. Maintenance items and maintenance services used on farm machinery, attachment units, and irrigation, and strike out the next wording, used, and include exclusively for agricultural purposes which are exempt from the tax imposed by this chapter pursuant to Section 708. The next amendment is on Section 3. The Section 708, the second sentence, take out the rate of 4 and amend it to 4.5%. The next amendment is on Section 5, subsection, or under that paragraph, Section 711, tax on oil and gas field service. There is imposed at the rate of 4.5%, strike out 2%. An excise tax on the gross receipts of any person engaging in oil and gas field services, group number 138, as enumerated in the Standard Industrial Classification Manual. Strike out 1972 and replace it with 1987, as prepared by the Statistical Policy Division of the Office of Management and Budget, Office of the President. Section 6 Amendment. Section 713, tax or utility services. There is hereby imposed a tax of strike out 4% and replace that with 4.5%. Section 714.1 include tax on intrastate, interstate, and international telecommunications services. There is hereby imposed, strike out the remaining part of that, a tax of 4.5% upon the gross receipts from providing any intrastate, interstate, and international telecommunications services or originates or terminates in this reservation, or that both originates and terminates in this reservation. And strike out the remaining part of that paragraph, except to the last sentence there, and include, however, the tax imposed in this section does not apply to, one, any 800 or 800 type service unit, or unless the service both originates and terminates in this reservation. Two, any sale of telecommunications service to provider or telecommunications services, including access service for use in providing any telecommunications service. Or three, any sale interstate telecommunications service provided to call center that has been certified by the tax commission to meet the criterion established in section 714.2, and the call center has provided that the telecommunications service provider an exemption service issued by the tax commission indicating that it meets the criterion. If a call center uses the exemption certificate to purchase services not meeting the criterion established in 714.2, the call center is liable for applicable taxes, penalty, and interest. Section 8 has been added. Section 714.1, tax on mobile telecommunications. There is hereby imposed a tax of 4.5% upon the gross receipts of mobile telecommunications services as defined in 4 USC and 124 subsection 7 as of January 1st, 2002, that originate and terminate in the reservation and are billed to a customer with a place of primary use in this reservation, or are deemed to have originated or have been received in this reservation, and to be billed or charged with a service address in this reservation if the customer's place of primary use is located in this reservation, regardless of where the service actually originates or terminates. Notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter, and for purposes of the tax imposed by this section, the tax imposed upon mobile telecommunication services shall be administered in accordance with 4 USC subsection 116-126 in effect on July 28th, 2000. Madam Secretary, do you want to call the Whitney over in case there's any questions? The next addition is section 9. Section 714.2, call center defined exclusions. As used in section 714 of this chapter, the term call center means any physical location where telephone calls are placed or received for the purpose of making sales, marketing, customer service, or technical support. The term does not include, 1, any location where telephone calls are primarily placed to or received from the same taxpayer or affiliates of the same taxpayer that owns or operates the location, or any insurance, or number 2, any insurance, real estate, or brokerage company. Section 10 will remove 4% and include 4.5%. Section 11 will do the same, remove 4%, include 1.5%. On the next sentence there. However, this tax may not be imposed on any service rendered by a related corporation as defined in subdivision, strikeout 13 of SDL 10-43. 1, section 4 of any service rendered by a financial institution as defined in subdivision SDCL 10-43-1, section 4. For use by, strike out those next 2 words, related corporation as defined by subdivision, strike out 12, SDCL 10-43-1, section 11. For the purpose of this section, the term related corporation includes a corporation which, together with the financial institution, is part of a controlled group of corporations as defined in 26 USC subsection 1563, as in effect on January 1st, 1989, except that the 80% ownership requirement set forth in 26 USC subsection 563, sections A to A, for a broader sister controlled group are reduced to 51%. Okay, on section 12, we'll strike out 4% and amend that to 4.5%. This is a new section on 13, subsection 11, lease or rental defined. Exclusions. For the purpose of the tax imposed by this chapter, the term lease or rental means any transfer of possessions or control tangible personal property or any product transferred electronically for a fixed or intermediate term of consideration. A lease or rental may include future options to rental or extend. Lease or rental does not include, subsection A, a transfer of possession or control of property under a security agreement or deferred payment plan that requires a transfer of the title upon completion of the required payments. Subsection B, a transfer of possession of control of property under an agreement that requires a transfer of title upon completion of required payments and payment of an option price does not exceed the rate of $100 or 1% of the total required payments. Or C, providing tangible personal property along with an operator for a fixed or intermediate period of time. A condition of this exclusion is that the operator is necessary for the equipment to perform as designed. For purpose of this subdivision, an operator shall do more than maintain, inspect, or set up the tangible personal property. Section 14, subsection 12, telecommunications service defined. The term telecommunications service as used in this chapter means that the electronic transmission, conveyance, or routing of voice, data, audio, video, or any other information or signals to point or between or among points. The term telecommunications services include such transmission, conveyance, or routing in which computer processing applications are used to act on the form, code, or protocol of the content for purposes of transmission, conveyance, or routing without regard to whether such service is referred to as voice over internet protocol services or is classified by the Federal Communication Commission as enhanced or value added. The term telecommunication services does not include A, data processing and information services that allow data to be generated, acquired, stored, processed, or retrieved and delivered by an electronic transmission to a purchaser where such purchaser's primary purpose for the underlying transaction is the processed data for information. B, installation or maintenance of wiring or equipment on a customer's premises. C, tangible personal property. D, advertising, including directory advertising. E, billing and collection of services provided by to third parties. F, internet access service. G, radio and television, audio and video programming services regardless of the medium, including the furnishing of transmission, conveyance, and routing of such services by the programming service provider. Radio and television, audio and video programming services shall include but not be limited to cable services as defined in 47 U.S.C. 522, Section 6. As of June 1st, 2007, the audio and video programming services delivered by commercial mobile radio service providers as defined in 47 CFR 20.3. H, ancillary services. I, digital products delivered electronically, including but not limited to software, music, video, reading materials, and ringtones. The term telecommunication services includes the following service. A, 800 service, any telecommunication service that allows a caller to dial a toll-free number without incurring a charge for the call. B, 900 services, any inbound toll telecommunication service purchased by a subscriber that allows subscribers' customers to call into the subscriber's pre-recorded announcement or live service. A 900 service does not include the charge for the collection of services provided by the seller or the telecommunication services to the subscriber or service or product sold by the subscriber to the subscriber's customer. C, fixed wireless service, a telecommunications service that provides radio communication between fixed points. D, mobile wireless service, a telecommunications service that is transmitted, conveyed, or routed regardless of the technology used, where either the origination point or termination point or both of the transmission, conveyance, or routing are not fixed. Paging service, a telecommunications service that provides transmission of coded radio signals for the purpose of activation specific pages. Such transmissions may include either messages or sounds or both. F, prepaid calling services, the right to access exclusively telecommunication services, which must be paid in advance and which enables the origination of the calls using an access number or authorization code, whether manually or electronically dialed, and that is sold in predetermined units or dollars of which the number declines with the use in an unknown amount. Prepaid wireless calling service, a telecommunications service that provides the right to utilize mobile wireless services as well as other non-telecommunication service, including the downloading of digital products delivered electronically, content, and ancillary services, which must be paid for in advance and sold in predetermined units of dollars of which the number declines with the use in unknown amounts. H, provide communication service. A telecommunications service that is entitles the customer to exclusive or priority use of a communications channel or a group of channels between or among termination points, regardless of the manner in which such channel or channels are connected, and includes switching capacity, extension lines, stations, and other associated services that are provided in connection with use of channel or channels. I, value-added non-voice data service. A service that otherwise meets the definition of telecommunications service in which computer processing applications are used to act on the form, content, code, or protocol of the information or data primarily for a purpose of other transmission, conveyance, or routing. Added section 15. Number 13, definition of terms related to telecommunication services and ancillary services. Terms used in this chapter mean: A, interstate telecommunications service, the telecommunications service that originates in one United States state or United States territory or possession and terminates the same United States state or United States territory or possession. Interstate telecommunications service, a telecommunications service that originates in one United States state or one United States territory or possession and terminates in a different United States states or United States territory possessions. C, international telecommunications service, a telecommunications service that originates or terminates in the United States and terminates or originates outside the United States, respectively. United States includes the District of Columbia and or a United States territory or possession. D, ancillary services, services that are associated with or incidental to the provision of telecommunications services, including detailed telecommunications billing, directory assistance, vertical service, and voice mailing services. E, detailed telecommunications billing service and ancillary service of separate stating information pertaining to individual calls on customer's billing statement. F, directory assistance, an ancillary service of providing telephone number information, address information, or telephone number information and address information. Vertical service, an ancillary service that is offered in connection with one or more telecommunications service, which offers advanced calling features that allow customers to identify callers and to manage multiple calls and call connections, including conference bridging services. H, voicemail services, an ancillary service that enables the customer to store, send, and receive recorded messages. The term does not include any vertical service that the customer may be required to have in order to utilize the voicemail service. I, conference bridging service, an ancillary service that links two or more participants of an audio or video conference call and may include the provision of a telephone number. The term does not include the telecommunication service used to reach the conference bridge. Section 16 looks okay. Section 17 added with section 865, tax on mobile telecommunication service. There is a hereby proposed a tax of 4.5% upon the privilege of use of mobile telecommunications service as defined in 4 U.S.C. subsection 124, section 7 as of January 1st, 2002, that originate and terminate in the same state and are billed to a customer with a place of primary use in the state, notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter and for purposes of the tax imposed by this section. The tax imposed upon mobile telecommunication services shall be administered in accordance with 4 U.S.C. subsections 116 through 126 as in effect on July 28, 2000. Section 18. Section 865.1, tax on intrastate, interstate, and international telecommunications. Except as provided in Section 865, there is hereby imposed a tax of 4 1/2% upon the privilege of the use of any intrastate, interstate, and international telecommunications service that originates or terminates in this reservation and that is billed or charged to a service address in this reservation. However, the tax imposed by this section does not apply to A, any 800 or 800 type service unless the service both originates and terminates this reservation. B, any sale of telecommunications service to provider telecommunications services, including access service for use in providing any telecommunications service. Or C, any sale of interstate telecommunications service provided to a call center that has been certified by the Tax Commission to meet the criterion established in Section 714.2. And the call center has provided that the telecommunications service provider an exemption certificate issued by the Tax Commission indicating that it meets the criterion. If a call center uses an exemption certificate to purchase services not meeting the criterion established in 714.2, the call center is liable for the applicable tax, penalty, and interest. Section 11 added is, or Section 19, I'm sorry, added is Section 865.2. There is hereby imposed a tax of 4 1/2% upon the privilege of the use of any ancillary services. In Section 20, we need to change the 4 1/2%. Section 21, strike out the 3% and replace it with 4 1/2%. Any questions?
Whitney. Council, is there any questions or thoughts, comments, changes? Russell?
This was first introduced back in 2016. Why did it take so long to get to this level today? I mean, that first reading was done in I'm assuming 2019, and this originated in 2016. And I guess my question is, I know we're changing the percentage, 4% to 4.5%. So did we lose out on any kind of income since then, or has the state been giving us the 4.5%?
No, I don't think they've given us the 4. They've been leaving it at 4 until we got this. Was it 4.5? Oh, do you want to? Have they? You wouldn't.
Good morning, Tribal Council.
Good morning, Whitney.
I guess what I would have to say is why it took so long, I have no idea. I think that there's always been a lack of 15 to address this. It did go through a first reading. I do remember that. And why it took to come to the second reading is, I don't know. I guess, I guess it's here today to address it. And to answer your question, Russell, we've been getting the 4.5%.
We have been?
Yep. There's a section in the tax code that does say that the language is automatically changed unless we object. And at the time that this was first presented, Tribal Council did vet it. They did say that they did not object to those changes. So we have been receiving the 4.5%. Even though I do think that the language needed to be changed into the tax code.
Sheriff?
Good morning. I know that you guys are currently negotiating a new tax agreement. Is there any consideration or any, are you anticipating any hikes in the sales tax percentage? Or do you foresee it staying here at 4.5%?
I am aware that, I guess that the South Dakota legislator looked at a number of different bills and actually was looking at lowering the tax rate because of surplus revenue. And I'm not really certain if that passed or not. I guess I would need to, go back and look, but, I have a feeling it did not. And, but, you know, I guess if it did, then we would be coming back forth and looking at, you know, procedural lower. That was one bill that was, slowly lowering the tax rate. Instead of 4.5, at 4.25, 4%. And I know that they also accept again in the food, you know, you give an 80 sales tax on food, but I do not think that passes either. But we haven't received that notice because there's something in, of course, in the tax collection agreement, and also I think in our tax code that says that any changes to tax code, you know, we'll get a notice, and we haven't received that yet, you know, to say these changes have been made to South Dakota legislator.
Sure.
Thank you. The proposal to eliminate the food tax was denied, thankfully, and I just want to share with the tribal council that 60% of our sales tax revenue comes from food tax here locally. So the working population that shop here is providing 60% of our revenue. So I just wanted to make you guys all aware of that. If anything comes up regarding food tax, the tribe is going to lose out on that revenue, so that's something we need to consider and make sure that our lobbyists are continuing to support or go against. Thank you.
Anything else, council? Any questions, thoughts? We've had our second reading. If there's nothing else, we need a motion to approve the second reading then.
I thought I made that motion when I read in the amendments and then read in the amendments.
I should have waited for after you read it. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
I'll second. It was already seconded by Ann. It's already been seconded.
Okay, you're moving, Lisa?
When I read it in,
When I read the ordinance, the second reading, I made a motion to approve the second reading
Oh, okay.
of ordinance, what is it?
And we voted on that.
2016-147, Pam seconded it. And then I read the amendments, now we should vote.
Now we can vote.
And
Okay.
then we shouldn't have voted until we had, in case there were any amendments that needed to be made.
All right, so we just need a question. Jordan? Okay. All in favor?
I think. Sorry, raise my hand.
Right here.
Online, Donna?
Always right here.
Yes.
Eileen? Stan?
Oh.
Steve?
Eileen, yes.
Steve?
Yes.
20.
Jeez. Okay, that one is done. Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Snow or rain or food, there's plenty of us here.
Okay.
There's 20.
Yeah, we have 20. Russell?
Yes, Chairman, before Whitney leaves, could you be available when we get to Land and Natural to come in and talk about our fees versus taxes? Because there is a request coming to tribal council.
Yes, I'll be happy to be available.
Yeah, somebody will call you, maybe the sergeant at arms. Does he have your number?
I'll be listening, I guess, on the.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nicole, we can go back to the truancy one. People are here. Someone want to bring that on, the truancy one? 2022-27?
Good morning, this is Donna. I can do that.
Okay, Donna. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna start with 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Article 5, powers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, Section 1, Subsection K, to promulgate and enforce ordinances provided for the maintenance of law and order and the administration of justice by establishing a reservation court and defining its duties and powers. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted Ordinance 8002, creating the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee to operate with participation from tribal members and communities to develop and coordinate all aspects of governmental relations of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas RST Ordinance 8002, Section 7, authorizes the RST Governmental Affairs Committee to review and recommend legislation to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, accompanied by a narrative from whoever is submitting the legislation. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to amend the RST Tribal Law and Order Code by adding Chapter 64, Compulsory School Attendance, and Chapter 75, Truancy and Formal Truancy Proceedings, to Title 3, and to rescind and revoke Title 5, Chapter 8, Section 3, Failure to Send Children to School, attached as Exhibit 1. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Governmental Affairs Committee and amends the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code by adding Chapter and removing 6 and adding 4, Compulsory School Attendance, and Chapter 7, Truancy, Informal and Formal Truancy Proceedings, to Title 3, and to rescind and revoke Title 5, Chapter 8, Section 3, Failure to Send Children to School, as Exhibit 1, enacted as RST Ordinance Number 2022-01, and it also resolved that the effective date of the amendments of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Title 3, Chapter 5 and 7, and Title 5, Chapter 8, Section 3, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code shall be final upon approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council.
Yeah, Truancy, folks, you want to come up? Any questions for them?
Come on up, come on up, come on up. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Good morning, council.
Yeah.
Green, okay. Good morning, council. I just wanted to make some corrections on our, the strikeouts here on the chapters. On the bottom here, initially, when we did this, it was chapters 6 and 7, and that aligned with children's code, because it's going to have to go into the children's law and order code, and so it was 6 and 7. But Sioux Child and Family Services has been amending the children's code. So when they resumed earlier this spring, when we went and participated in their meetings, they had taken out some, and so this chapter's moved to 4 and 5. So now it's 4 and 5, not 6 and 7. So on the resolution on the bottom here, chapter 7 should have a strikeout on it. That's a typo.
Isn't that what's already?
Strike out 7 and add 5.
Yes, no, it's chapter 4 and 5. chapter 6 and 7.
Chapter struck out 6 and put 4 there. Compulsory school attendance and chapter strike out 7 and put 5 there.
Yes.
Where are we changing it to?
On the, also resolved, it should
Yeah.
say tax strike out chapter 6, that should be a 4 and 5.
Right, 4 and 5. So,
That's how we get it. It's on chapter.
Yeah.
Oh, Pam?
Madam Secretary, I just have a question. When chapters are being changed per the resolution, but there's other programs that are changing under that same chapter, and they have a chapter number like what we're talking about right now, does that change anything with the reading as far as approving it?
I think it will have to go back once you amend it or change it. It has to go back for the first reading again.
See, that's what
Reading, right?
that's what I'm wondering, because when when they say Sichongu family is doing their changes or whatever, they have their chapters already marked. But according to what these guys are saying is that the numbers were already taken, so they had to adjust their resolution. So what does that do when the readings are already read in on the first reading?
no, go ahead.
The first reading is the same as this. This is the exact same thing that we did on the first reading. We just wanted to, I think Sherry was just clarifying that,
There's a typo.
yeah, that there was a typo on this.
Okay.
So when Sichongu Child and Family Services, when they bring theirs, these chapters, the chapter 4 and 5 is going to align with the law that goes in with what's in the children's code.
Yeah, so we haven't changed anything since the first reading or the first time we went to Education Committee.
Okay, so in the first reading was these chapters already recorded as that? Is what I guess.
The first reading is this.
Yes, they were.
So why would this resolution come back to us still not right? It should have came back to us with the correct chapters in there, because right now it's really confusing having them tell us that we need to strike out, or that we need to change those numbers again. But when they did the first reading, those amendments should have been done to the resolution before we read it in for the second time.
So we took it to Eric, and he's the one that changed the chapters for us. He struck them out and said it was okay. So that's why it was like this on the original resolution.
I don't know, I mean, in my opinion, and the way we do legislative stuff, I think that this resolution should have been corrected before we read it back in for the second reading. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, because if you make them changes again, it's like we have to do another reading to make sure that the strikeouts have the right numbers after them.
It's not a fault on you.
No, I understand.
The secretary's office for not, because we did talk about those amendments when we did the first meeting. And they weren't correct.
So I guess,
Amendments done, or we do TLE and then bring this back? I guess it's.
It would just be edit the resolution, right?
Yeah.
So all you would need to do is wipe out 7 and 6 in chapter 7.
I know, but what she's saying is, what I'm saying is, okay, so you look at, let's go with the therefore be it resolved on the bottom. there's a strikeout on where it says chapter 6 and it moves it to 4. But they're saying it's supposed to say a different chapter. So what I'm saying is that when they recorded it the first time, them numbers should have been changed at that time to reflect the change. You can't change it now because we're in the second reading. So whoever moved for this should pull it back, allow the changes to be made to the resolution to put the correct number in there where they need to be, and then we reread it. That's how legislatively it should be done.
Do we go back to governmental affairs for that?
No, all I'm saying is that they pull the resolution back, take it to Eric, put where the right numbers need to be in there because it's read in already with that number. So we need to have the resolution done properly.
In the final draft.
Yeah.
Well, right now it would be the first reading.
No, this is the second reading. So whoever moved for it to be second reading needs to be the one to pull it back, rescind it, so that Eric can make the changes or whatever, and they can bring it on later on as soon as it's corrected. So we read it in correctly. You understand?
Sure.
So I just
wanted to clarify how the proceedings go. Whenever you're addressing a new law, you do the first reading, like Councilwoman Kilsenwater was saying, and the council can make amendments at that time, and it will not revert back to the first reading. Then from there, it goes back with the amendments to the public hearing. And then if there are amendments during the public hearing, then it reverts back to the first reading. However, if there's no amendments during the public hearing, then it goes forward. And the secretary's office makes the changes to the, or Eric or whoever makes the amendments to the resolution, and it comes here in its final draft form without any of the strikeouts or anything, because those changes were already read into the record. So I just wanted to clarify that so we're not all getting confused. Thank you.
So when we have those changes, and that's why I asked, and I understand how it looks because it should have been changed.
So I think Donna should
Chairman?
Yes, Donna?
Okay, I'll rescind my motion right now. Have Eric strike out 7. Put a strike on 7, add 5. We'll come back after the TLE one.
Sounds like a plan.
Guys gotta go see Eric. Sure, you guys gotta see Eric. Right, TLE one.
Okay. TLE 264. What does that do? Probate.
Okay. We can bring it in.
Lisa, I guess.
Okay, so this had what, first reading on June 14, 2016?
Yeah.
Gee.
Motion for a second reading?
Second.
Lisa has moved. Pam, you second?
Yeah.
Question by?
Oh, she has to read it.
She has to read it.
Oh, you gotta read it in. Excuse me. Trying to go too quickly here. Go ahead, Lisa.
Sixth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council previously requested the TLE Board of Directors to develop and recommend measures to deal with the problems of existing unprobated shares. Whereas the current tribal probate code does not provide for the collection of personal property by affidavit as an alternative to probate, and such probate alternative would benefit the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, TLE shareholders, and all Rosebud Sioux Tribal members in those cases where the use of the affidavit process would be appropriate in order to avoid the expense and time of a formal probate proceeding. And whereas amendments in the tribal probate code are also necessary in order to clarify the authority and ability of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to institute or intervene in probate actions so as to implement existing provisions of the probate code regarding such of property or address situations where no other person or property has filed to probate an estate. And whereas a TLE Board of Directors board meeting held on July 8th, 2014 and assigned TLE Board of Directors Resolution 2014-012 for record, has reviewed these proposed amendments to the probate code and has recommended that the proposed amendments be submitted to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for action. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council determines that the proposed amendments to the probate code are in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. TLE shareholders, and the members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and that the proposed tribal probate code amendments shall be adopted. You want me to read all this in? Okay, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ordinance number 2015-03, probate code amendments. Under section 1-1-17, distribution of property if no taker and escheat and probate or Rosebud Sioux Tribe right to institute or intervene in probate proceedings. A, if there is no person available to take all or any portion of the decedent's estate, then the property shall pass and escheat to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any organization or entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe having possession of all or any probate portion of the decedent's estate. B, whenever it appears that an estate property exists which may pass and escheat pursuant to the previous paragraph, or whenever it is necessary in order to obtain the probate of an estate due to the failure of any other person or party to file a probate action, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any organization or entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, including but not limited to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tribal Land Enterprise, is authorized to and may institute a probate proceeding or intervene in any pending probate proceeding affecting such estate. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any organization or entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe which institutes or intervenes in a probate proceeding as provided herein shall be entitled to priority of appointment as executor or administrator under section 1-1-11 and shall not be required to file bond. If a probate action is filed as provided herein in order to obtain probate of an estate due to the failure of any other person or party to file a probate action, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any organization or entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe may, upon approval of the court, receive a fee of not less than 3% of the value of the gross estate, plus reasonable attorney fees and costs, all of which shall be paid from the estate prior to the final distribution. The next amendment, the probate code is also amended by the adoption of the new section 1-1-23 and 1-1-24 as follows. 1-123, collection of personal property affidavit. 30 days after the death of a decedent of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any entity or organization of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, including but not limited to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tribal Land Enterprise, which is indebted to the decedent or having possession of tangible personal property or an instrument evidencing a debt, obligation, security, stock, certificate of interest, or choose an action belonging to the decedent, may make payment of the indebtedness or deliver the tangible personal property or the instrument of evidencing a debt, obligation, stock, certificate of interest, or choose an action to a person claiming to be the successor of the decedent upon being presented an affidavit made by or on behalf of the successor stating that 1, the value of the entire estate, wherever located, less liens and encumbrances, does not exceed $5,000. 2, 30 days have elapsed since the death of the decedent. 3, no application or petition for the appointment of administrator or executor or personal representative is pending or has been granted in any jurisdiction. 4, the decedent has not incurred any indebtedness to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any organization or entity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. 5, the claiming successor is entitled to payment or delivery of the property. That should be A. Or B, the responsible Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal entity, or tribal organizations may change the registered ownership of any stock, security, or certificate of interest on the books of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal entity, or tribal organization from the decedent to the successor or successors upon the presentation of an affidavit provided in subsection A. C, this procedure for collection of personal property by affidavit shall not apply to land assignments and shall be in addition to any other applicable remedy or process. 1-1-24, effect of the affidavit. A, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal entity, tribal organization, or persons acting on behalf of them paying, delivering, transferring, or issuing personal property or the evidence thereof pursuant to the affidavit as provided in section 1-1-23 is discharged and released as of Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal entity, tribal organization, are persons acting on behalf of them and dealt with an administrator, executor, or personal representative of the decedent, and are not required to see the application of their personal property or evidence thereof to inquire into the truth of any statement in the affidavit. B, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, tribal entity, or tribal organization may, in their sole discretion, refuse to pay, deliver, transfer, or issue any personal property or evidence thereof, and require the matter to be dealt with in a probate or other applicable proceeding in the courts of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. C, any person to whom payment, delivery, transfer, or issuance is made is liable and accountable therefore to any administrator, executor, or personal representative of the state or to any other person having superior right. D, any affidavit receiving payment or delivery of personal property under this section shall be responsible for seeing that the property is applied to liens, encumbrances, homestead allowance, exempt property, family allowance, funeral expenses, expenses of administration, and creditor claims as required by law, that any remaining property is distributed to heirs and devisees entitled hereto. E, an affiant submits personally to the jurisdiction of the courts of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe in any proceeding related to the affidavit may be instituted in any interested person. F, nothing in this ordinance shall be interpreted either expressly or impliedly or as consisting a waiver of sovereign immunity to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or any entity or organization of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. 2015.
Any questions, council? Any comments? Russell?
Again, this is, from 2016. Since 2015, has there been some incidents or issues that have arisen within CLE? How did they deal with issues?
I'm not aware of any. Is Cleve here today? No.
I'm not aware of any.
They couldn't, I guess you'd say they didn't want to offend people. Because those shares were sitting there and people think that they're entitled to those shares, but they're not. Escheat means that the government will pull them back, so the corporation would pull the shares back, but they would pay the money worth for those shares until the probate is settled. Because you die without a will, willing your shares to someone. So the worth of those shares will go to the heirs, all the heirs. And instead, it was sat over there at TLE or at DIA and held all these shares up when they couldn't figure out a way to remediate it.
So there's no incidences since 2016 up until 2022 that you're aware of?
I know of one. I think that, with this 30-day limit to file an affidavit, I know there was one incident that we had with an individual who passed who had a minor son, a child that was maybe 5 years of age or so, and the decedent didn't get a chance to leave a beneficiary. And as his son, we talked about, is that going to be in probate? Do you remember that situation? And the decedent did have siblings, and this happened maybe about a year or so ago. So now, can those siblings take claim upon those shares that, now if there's a 30-day limit, can they go back and claim that now, or now does, that's my question on that, but they kind of.
What's time constraints and a full declaration on the issue?
So I mean, did the family lose out on those shares? I don't know. That's kind of something that I think they need to pursue, but I know that was something that the decedent's spouse had brought up to TLE board that we didn't.
So here's 65,099 current unprorated TLE certificates of interest. Full language here. If this pattern of this, will those get taken care of?
I think this developed a procedure for it because they've just been sitting there unclaimed all these years, so.
They go back to the corporation.
Doesn't say that here.
That's what this whole thing is.
Because, I'm assuming it goes back to the heirs of the deceased. Not going back to the corporation, doesn't say that.
To get the money. Heirs get the money.
Have they been getting the money? Or is it just?
No, they don't help.
Been holding off for the last 6 years?
Yes, probably. Lots of people, it take 10 years.
Wow.
That includes the probates that don't have beneficiaries on the, or not the probates, but the certificate holders that didn't have beneficiaries listed, or they can't find them.
So is there interest in that, Lisa? No interest? Yeah, we're done with that one. We're on TLE.
Second reading.
Second reading, yeah. Is there
First reading
any,
was before my time, so I don't.
any more questions before we adopt the second reading? Wayne, you're moving to accept the second reading, seconded by Pam. Question by Cher.
Yeah.
Keith, we got a motion on the floor. All in favor?
This one's for the TLE one, right?
Yes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Donna?
Yes.
Eileen?
Yes.
Stanley?
Oh.
Steve?
Yes.
19. 20.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. 20, 0, 0.
Okay. Okay, we got left. Truancy, huh? Truancy. Yeah.
Also, good afternoon. I had a dentist appointment, so sorry I'm late, but I'll take over the meeting now. I guess we're on the resolution 2022-27 ordinance 2022-2201. It's approving a truancy first reading. Does somebody want to bring this on?
Chairman,
Okay, Donna, you made a motion
Um,
to,
did they do the correction? They were supposed to strike out 7, add 5 to the resolution.
yeah. Okay, I think, Eric was gonna do that, Donna, so it's done.
Yeah.
2022-01. So we got a motion on the floor to approve. Need a second?
Sure.
Share? Any discussion or comments? Now we'll vote on the first reading. Need a question? Second reading. Was there changes to it?
Yeah.
So does it revert back to the first reading?
No, it was.
There was a typo.
Okay.
Changed the first time.
Okay,
Big discussion.
okay, all right, I missed the whole discussion, so.
You have a question?
Need a question?
Wayne.
Wayne? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Online.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
And
How?
Eileen?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
19.
Opposed?
Voting. 20. Opposed. 0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Pam, go ahead.
I have a question, Madam Secretary. I know that when we read this the first time, I didn't hear Donna rescind that motion on that reading, so did anybody rescind it?
She did.
I did.
Okay, is that all the ordinance for readings today, or is there more? Are we missing any more? We get back on the regular agenda. Sure.
So this whole new law and order code doesn't, or, sorry, these codes don't need to be read in?
I thought they were.
No, just the resolution was read in. But this whole packet is all brand new. Does it need to be read in?
Do they need to be read in for the record for the second reading? The amendments? Okay, well, we can still do it. Education Committee wants to read it in.
This is Donna, I can.
Okay.
I start from the top, right? Title 3, Chapter 4, Compulsory School Attendance. 3-4-1, Compulsory School Attendance. 3-4-2, Compulsory School Attendance dash notice. 3-4-3, Failure to attend to school. No, I'm gonna start. 3-4-1. Every Wakanja between the ages of 6 years old on or before September 1 and 18 years of age residing or domiciled on the Rosebud Indian Reservation within its territory shall attend a public or tribal school full-time when school is in session, except the Wakanja 1. The Wakanja is attending a private school certified by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or state of South Dakota. 2. The Wakanja is receiving homeschool instruction as defined in subsection CR 3, the superintendent of the school district in which the Wakanja resides has excused the Wakanja from attendance because A, is physically or mentally unable to attend school, B, is attending a residential school certified by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or the state of South Dakota to meet the needs of the Wakanja, C, has temporarily excused from the request upon the request of his or her parent, guardian, or custodian for purposes that are agreed upon by the school authorities, or 4, is 16 years of age or older, and A, the Wakanja is emancipated in accordance with the applicable law, or B, has already met graduation requirements in accordance with the South Dakota Department of Education. 5, the Wakanja has been designated homeless or victim of domestic violence. B, the parent, guardian, or custodian of any Wakanja between the ages of 6 years on or before September 1st and 18 years of age residing or domiciled on Rosebud Indian Reservation and within its territory shall ensure that the Wakanja complies with the requirements set forth in subsection 3-4-1A. C, for the purposes of this chapter, instruction shall be homeschooled if the instruction consists of planned and supervised instructional and related educational activities established by the state of South Dakota or the Bureau of Indian Education. And 2, such instruction is provided by the parent who is A, instructing his or her child under the supervision of another person, or B, deemed sufficiently qualified to provide homeschooled instructions by the superintendent of the school district in which the Wakanja resides. 3, monitored by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department. 4, must enroll on annual basis within school district or school that is providing the exception to daily attendance. 5, must meet the requirement testing by a school district or school on an annual basis. 3-4-2, compulsory school attendance notice. A, the tribe shall provide annual notice of the compulsory education requirements set forth in 3-4-1. 1, every Wakanja between the ages of 6 years on or before September 1 and 18 years of age residing or domiciled on the Rosebud Indian Reservation and its territories. 2, the parent, guardian, or custodian of every Wakanja. B, the notice set forth in subsection 3-4-2A may be satisfied. 1, by posting the required notice on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's website. 2, by publishing the required notice in tribal newsletter or newspaper, which is freely available to families residing on the Rosebud Reservation and its territories. 3, by similar measures reasonably calculated to provide actual notice of the compulsory attendance requirements set forth in 3-4-1. 3-4-3, failure to attend school. Every Wakanja who is 12 years of age but under 18 years of age residing or domiciled on the Rosebud Indian Reservation within its territories who does not attend a public or tribal school full-time when school is in session has 3 unexcused absences within any single month or 6 unexcused absences in the current school year will be considered truant, shall be subjected to the provisions set out in Title 3, Chapter 5 of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Law and Order Code. 3-4-4, failure to send Wakanja to school. A person who is a parent, guardian, or custodian of a Wakanja who is between the ages of 6 years old and 18 years of age residing or domiciled on the Rosebud Reservation and within its territories who has not enrolled their Wakanja in a public or tribal school full-time when school is in session or the Wakanja has 3 unexcused absences within any single month or 6 unexcused absences in the current school year will be considered a maltreated Wakanja, and the parent, guardian, custodian shall be subjected to provisions set out in RST Law and Order Code Title 3, Chapter 5 of the RST Law and Order Code Title 5, Chapter 8. In making this determination, the law enforcement officer and the prosecutor shall make every reasonable effort to consider 1, Wakanja has a pattern of unexcused absences. 2, Wakanja fails to attend school, or 3, parent, guardian, or custodian has failed to refuse or meet the Wakanja educational needs. shall be deemed guilty of a Class B offense. 3-4-5, reports of Wakanja truancy required. Any person as described in the Rosebud Sioux Law and Order Code 5-8-6 through 5-8-9 are subjected to the laws as described in section Rosebud Sioux Law and Order Code 5-8-6 through 5-8-9. 3-4-6, Wakanja not allowed in public, unattended during school hours. Law enforcement officers may detain, pending on parent notification, any child between the ages of 6 years on or before September 1 and 18 years of age who fails to attend school in violation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe truancy laws. When 1, the Wakanja is out in public without parents, guardians, or custodian during scheduled school days and hours. 2, the Wakanja is in a place, public or private, without the permission of the legal owner and the permission of the parents, guardian, or custodian during scheduled days and hours. Or 3, the Wakanja is in a vehicle without the supervision of a person over the age of 18 and without the permission of parents, guardians, or custodian during scheduled school days and hours. A, in cases where Wakanja are detained, the detaining officer is required to promptly notify the parent, guardian, or custodian and to place the Wakanja in the public, private, or tribal school in which the Wakanja is or should be enrolled. B, if the law enforcement officer is unable to place the Wakanja in the school because the Wakanja is not enrolled in school and the officer is unable to locate the parent, guardian, or custodian, the Wakanja will be held in the juvenile detention center pending location of parent, guardian, or custodian, including the local Wakanja protection services if needed. C, if law enforcement arrests or apprehends a Wakanja, the officer must make a detailed report for the presenting officer or prosecutors for children's court. D, the presenting officer or prosecutor for the children's court then must file a truancy petition as outlined in RST Law and Order Code 3-5-13 or summons process under 3-4-8. Exceptions. 1, any emancipated Wakanja. 2, when the Wakanja is on an emergency errand approved by parent, guardian, or custodian. 3, when Wakanja is on reasonable, legitimate, and specific business or activity directed or permitted by his or her parent, guardian, or custodian, or any adult having the care, custody, or supervision of the Wakanja. 4, when the Wakanja is in attendance or traveling to or from an organized school, cultural, church, tribal community, or recreational function. 3-4-7, penalties. Any parent, guardian, or custodian 3-4-4 shall be guilty of a Class B violation. 1, first violation of the parent, guardian, or custodian must appear by citation or summons in front of the magistrate or judge, shall then appear in the tribe's children's court. If accepted by petition by the court, then shall submit to the directives of the RST Law and Order Code, Title 3, Chapter 5. Second violation is up to 6 months in jail and a fine up to $500. 3-4-8, habitual truancy. Any Wakanja who has been found by children's court who has violated this chapter and who has not been amendable to the children's court orders for more than once is guilty of a Class B violation. 3-4-8, definitions. Custodian, an adult entrusted with the temporary physical care, custody, and control of a child by the child's parent or otherwise entrusted with the custodial, personal, or financial care of a child under tribal custom. Emancipated, the act or process by which a minor is liberated from the authority and control of their parents. It releases all rights, care, custody, and control of a child from the parents. 3, enrolled a student at least 18 years of age on the first day of July, or is a child who is at least 6 years of age as the first day of September and the student admitted to a school. Guardian. 4, a person assigned specific rights and responsibilities by the court order to care for another person and the person's real personal property. 5, homeless. The term homeless children and youth means individuals who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. And A, children and youth who are sharing the housing of other persons due to the loss of housing, economic hardship, or a similar reason are living in motels, hotels, trailer parks, or camping grounds due to the lack of alternative adequate accommodations, or living in emergency or transitional shelters, are abandoned in hospitals, or awaiting foster care placement. B, children and youth who have primary nighttime residence that is public or private place not designated for ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodation for human being. C, children and youth who are living in cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, bus or train stations or similar settings. And 6, homeschool. A student who is deemed an alternatively educated student who must submit and receive approval from the school in which they are enrolled and must follow all laws therein. 7, juvenile presenting officer, the attorney or lay counsel who represent the tribe in all proceedings before the children's court. 8, maltreated, failure of a parent or other person with responsibility for the child to provide needed supervision to the degree that the child's well-being are threatened with harm, with failure to educate their child or failure to provide the child with the opportunity to attend school as required by law. 9, parent. 1, all biological or adopted parents of the child, whether singular or plural. And 2, shall not include a person whose parental rights have been legally terminated, nor an unwed father whose paternity has not been acknowledged or established. 10, guardian or custodian. A guardian is a person appointed to take care of the person or property of another, and that's from RST Law and Order Code 1-2-1. 11, 6 years of age on or before September 1. 12, truant. The term truant as used in this title means a child who has had 1, 3 unexcused absence from school within a single month, or 2, 6 unexcused absence from school within a single school year. And 14, truancy personnel, the dedicated personnel whose duty is to work with the family and youth on any truancy issues, who is employed by the Todd County School District, St. Francis Indian School, White River School District, Winter, and South Central School District, and other schools operating in and around Rosebud Reservation. 15, unexcused absence. 1, the child has failed to attend the majority of hours or periods in a school day, or has failed to comply with the RST education policy establishing more restrictive attendance requirements. And 2, the absence does not fall within one of the exceptions to compulsory school attendance set forth in RST Law and Order Code Code 3-4, subsections 1-9, and is not an excused absence defined by the school district. 16, Wakaija, child or children in Lakota, a person who is under 18 years of age. Thank you.
Hey. Is that it? There's a whole another part. Whole another part, Donna.
There's another part. I just saw that. We got any team members?
You want to tag team?
Mike.
Education committee. Anybody else want to?
Just go down the line.
Jordan, enjoy those auctioneer skills.
20 pages left.
Okay.
Can I sit down and read it?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Well, Jordan will go first.
Why don't you guys want to read? Well, now that I get to sit down, I'm okay.
Donna, Jordan's gonna read some of it and then Michael will take over.
Thank you. I can help out too.
3-5-1, purpose. The purpose of the Rosebud Sioux Tribes truancy laws are to ensure that we support families to make the Wakaija education a priority in our communities and tribal lands. The tribe understands the many issues of our families and Wakaija face day to day that undermines our Wakaija ability to overcome, and yet we demand that our Wakaija attend school every day regardless of those challenges. It is the tribe's intent to take an integral look at the causes of truancy and assist families with planning and resources. It is our hope that these truancy laws will help make our Wakaija successful in their schools and at home without penalizing or criminalizing. 3-5-2, initial action. Upon Wakaija failure to attend school, upon determining that a Wakaija has had 3 unexcused absences within any single month or 6 unexcused absences in the current school year, the dedicated personnel whose duty is to work with the family and youth on any truancy issues and who's employed by the Todd County School District, St. Francis Indian School, White River School District, Winter and South Central School District, and any other schools operating in and around the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, hereafter referred to as truancy personnel. A, shall immediately notify the Wakaija's parents, guardians, or custodian in writing or by telephone, automated phone calls, texts, alerts, emails, electronic communications, and home visits. B, shall inform the Wakaija's parent, guardian, or custodian of the potential consequences of additional unexcused absences. And C, shall within 10 business days and subject to the provisions of the RST LOC 3-5-2 conduct an attendance review conference with the Wakaija and the parent, guardian, or custodian. 3-5-3 attendance review conference, purpose and conduct. A, the purpose of the attendance review conference shall be 1, to review the causes for the Wakaija unexcused absences, and 2, to discuss steps to improve Wakaija school attendance, which may include A, obtaining more individualized or remedial instruction, B, adjusting the Wakaija educational program or school or course assignment, C, identifying and providing home-based instruction approved by the superintendent of the school district in which the school child resides, subject to monitoring by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department. D, enrolling the Wakaija in an alternative school or educational program. E, assisting the Wakaija and the Wakaija's parent, guardian, or custodian to obtain services or resources that might eliminate or ameliorate the cause of Wakaija unexcused absences. Or F, referring the Wakaija to the Truancy Board. E, at the conclusion of the attendance review conference, the truancy personnel shall, 1, together with the Wakaija and the Wakaija's parents, guardian, custodian, develop an informal attendance plan in accordance with the provisions RST LOC 3-5-4, provide notice of the plan to the school said Wakaija is attending, or 2, within 5 business days of the attendance review conference and subject to provisions of the RST LOC 3-5-7, truancy personnel will send a referral to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department if there is 1 or more unexcused absences in accordance with the provisions of RST LOC 3-5-5.
3, within 10 business days of receiving a referral, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department convene a truancy board in accordance with the provisions of RST LOC 3-5-5. 3-5-4, attendance review conference, participation voluntary. A, prior to convening the attendance review conference, the truancy personnel shall inform the Wakaija and the Wakaija's parent, guardian, or custodian. 1, of their right under provisions of this title. 2, of the nature and the purpose of the attendance review and conference. And 3, that the participation in the attendance review conference is voluntary. B, if the Wakaija declines to attend or participate in the attendance review conference, the truancy personnel shall, subject to the other provisions of this section, conduct the attendance review conference without the participation of the Wakaija. I, the truancy personnel shall within 5 days provide Wakaija and parent, guardian, or custodian with the findings of attendance review or conference. C, if the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian declines to attend or participate in the attendance review conference, the truancy personnel may, 1, within 10 business days and subject to provisions of RST LOC 3-5-2, B, subsection 2, 3-5-7, in which a Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department will convene a tribal truancy board in accordance with the provisions of RST LOC 3-5-5, or 2, conduct the attendance review conference without the participation of the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian if A, the truancy personnel determine that the factors contributing to Wakaija truancy may be addressed without the participation of the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. And B, the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian consents to the Wakaija participation. 3-5-5, informal attendance plan. An informal attendance plan developed pursuant to the provision of this chapter shall set forth in writing. A plan statement of the compulsory education requirements set forth in RST LOC 3-4-1. B, the rights of the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian under provisions of this title. C, an acknowledgement and participation in the informal attendance plan is otherwise voluntary, and neither the Wakaija nor the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian is obligated to comply with the informal attendance plan. D, the anticipated course of action to be taken with the Wakaija continues to accumulate unexcused absences. E, the causes of the Wakaija unexcused absences and any procedural barriers to barriers to regular school attendance by the Wakaija. F, the specific services and resources available to assist Wakaija and Wakaija parent, guardian, custodian to ensure regular school attendance by the Wakaija. G, a comprehensive plan for ensuring the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian obtain the services and resources needed. And H, the specific actions to be taken by the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, and or custodian in accordance with the plan, including the frequency and location of appointments for services in contact with the truancy personnel. 3-5-6, truancy board requirement. A, subject to provisions of RST LOC 3-5-7, the truancy personnel shall recommend and give notice of to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department to convene a truancy board. 1, if the truancy personnel, the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian cannot agree on an informal attendance plan. 2, if the truancy personnel determine that in an informal attendance plan will be inadequate to ensure regular school attendance by the Wakaija, or 3, if the Wakaija accumulates more than one unexcused absence following the attendance review conference and implementation of the informal attendance plan. B, where counsel has not already been appointed or retained and represent the Wakaija of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department shall notify the Juvenile Public Defender's Office in writing prior to convening the truancy board. 3-5-7, truancy board composition and purpose. A, the composition of the truancy board shall be based on the particular needs of the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, custodian, and may include 1, an official from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department or the Wakaija school. 2, a juvenile mental health professional. 3, a substance abuse treatment professional. 4, Tribal leaders are community leaders. 5, service provider. 6, a family counselor or mediator. 7, trained and responsible peer or youth representatives. 8, other professionals or community members requested or recommended by A, the Wakaija, B, the Wakaija parent or guardian or custodian, C, the truancy personnel, or D, the other members of the truancy board. B, truancy board shall meet with the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. 1, to identify and discuss the particular needs of the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian with the goal of ensuring regular school attendance by the Wakaija. 2, assist the Wakaija and the Wakaija's parent, guardian, or custodian in obtaining services and resources that might eliminate or ameliorate the causes of the Wakaija unexcused absences. And 3, to consider where appropriate recommending to the school district that the Wakaija enroll in another school, an alternative education program, and an education center, a skill center, a dropout prevention program, or other public or private educational program. C, at the conclusion of the Wakaija first meeting with the Tribal Truancy Board, the Tribal Truancy Board shall, together with the Wakaija and the Wakaija's parent, guardian, or custodian, develop a truancy remediation plan in accordance with the provisions of RST LOC 3-5-8 Truancy Remediation Plan.
3-5-8 Truancy Board Participation Voluntary. A, prior to convening the Truancy Board, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe education personnel shall inform the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, 1, of their rights under the provisions of this title, 2, of the nature and purpose of the Truancy Board, and 3, that the meeting with the Truancy Board is voluntary. B, if the Wakaija declines to meet with the Truancy Board, the Truancy Board shall proceed, subject to other provisions of this section, without the participation of the Wakaija. C, if the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian declines to meet with the Truancy Board, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department shall recommend that the juvenile presenting officer prosecutor to file a truancy petition in accordance with the provision of RST Law and Order Code 3-5-13. 3-5-9, Truancy Remediation Plan. A truancy remediation plan developed pursuant to the provisions of this chapter shall set forth in writing: A, each of the items required for inclusion in an informal attendance plan under RST Law and Order Code 3-5-4, and B, a schedule for reviewing the effectiveness of the plan. 3-5-10, Truancy Remediation Plan Monitoring and Review. A, the truancy personnel shall periodically review the effectiveness of the truancy remediation plan. B, the periodic review required under subsection A. 1, shall include regular scheduled contact between the truancy personnel, the Wakaija, and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. And 2, where appropriate given the circumstances and needs of the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, may include: A, school visits at any time; B, home visits at times and intervals set forth in the truancy remediation plan and agreed to by the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian; and C, subject to written consent by the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, as may be required by law, communication between truancy personnel and any person or agency providing services in the to the Wakaija or the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian in accordance with the truancy remediation plan, and school officials or support staff responsible for meeting the Wakaija educational needs and monitoring the Wakaija educational progress. 3-5-11, Review Meetings. A, subject to the provisions of subsection C, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department shall convene a review meeting of the Truancy Board. 1, within 10 business days of a request by the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, or any member of the Truancy Board. Or 2, upon determining: A, that the adjustments or modifications to the truancy remediation plan are necessary, or B, that the truancy remediation plan is likely to be ineffective or unsuccessful. B, the purpose of the review meeting shall be: 1, to review the Wakaija school attendance; 2, to address any issues or concerns raised by the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, the truancy personnel, or members of the Truancy Board. And 3, where necessary, to consider and effect adjustments or modifications to the truancy remediation plan. C, where the Wakaija has accumulated at least 60 days of regular school attendance without an unexcused absence, the truancy personnel shall not recommend to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department to convene a review meeting of the Truancy Board except 1, upon the request of the Wakaija or the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian, or 2, where the truancy personnel, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department, a member of the Truancy Board, a school official, or a service provider that has recommended that services or resources being provided to the Wakaija or the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian be reduced or discontinued. 3-5-12, meetings, time and location. The time and location selected for any meeting of the Truancy Board shall be convenient for the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. 3-5-13, recommendation for truancy petition. A, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department shall recommend that the juvenile presenting officer prosecutor file a truancy petition in accordance with the provisions of RST Law and Order Code 3-5-13. 1, if the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian declines to meet with a truancy board. 2, if the Truancy Board, the Wakaija, and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian cannot agree on a truancy remediation plan. 3, if the Wakaija accumulates more than 2 unexcused absences following the implementation of a truancy remediation plan developed in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-8, or 4, if the Wakaija is in imminent danger of losing credit or being required to repeat a grade level as a result of the Wakaija unexcused absences. B, the truancy personnel, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department, and the Truancy Board shall diligently attempt to prevent the filing of a truancy petition. C, the juvenile presenting officer, prosecutor should not file a truancy petition except upon the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department. 3-5-14, truancy petition contents. A, adjudicative proceedings under this chapter shall be initiated by a petition. 1, signed and filed by the juvenile presenting officer prosecutor on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. 2, certifying that to the best of the juvenile presenting officer prosecutor's knowledge, information, and belief, there are sufficient grounds to believe that the Wakaija is a truant. 3, setting forth with specificity, that was hard. A, the name, birth date, residence, and tribal affiliation of the Wakaija. B, the name and residence of the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. C, citation to the specific sections of this code which give the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Children's Court jurisdiction over the proceedings. RST Law and Order Code 3-1-5. D, a plan and concise statement of the facts upon which the petition is based. B, the truancy petitions shall be accompanied by a statement signed by the truancy personnel and 1, affirming that the truancy personnel have recommended the filing of the petition. 2, certifying that the requirements of RST Law and Order Code 3-5-1 and were satisfied prior to the filing of the petition. And 3, briefly setting forth A, all efforts taken by the truancy personnel, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department, the Truancy Board, the Wakaija, and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian to resolve the matter prior to the filing of the petition. And B, facts showing that one or more of the conditions set forth in RST Law and Order Code 3-5-12 A has been satisfied. 3-5-15, truancy petition time for filing. The truancy petition shall be filed within 5 days after the recommendation by the truancy personnel. 3-5-16, truancy petition dismissal and refiling. A, prior to adjudication, the Children's Court shall enter a written order dismissing the truancy petition without prejudice upon a showing by the Wakaija that following the Wakaija most recent unexcused absence, the Wakaija has accumulated 60 days of regular school attendance without another unexcused absence. B, following the dismissal of a truancy petition in accordance with the provisions of subsection A, 1, the juvenile presenting officer prosecutor may refile the petition if the Wakaija accumulates one or more unexcused absences during the school year in which the order was entered. And 2, the children's court shall otherwise amend the written order entered in accordance with the provisions of subsection A to dismiss the petition with prejudice at the end of the school year in which the order was entered. 3-5-17, initial hearing time limit. The initial hearing shall be held within 7 days of the filing of the truancy petition. 3-5-18, initial hearing conduct. At the initial hearing, the children's court shall advise the Wakaija in language the Wakaija will easily understand of the following. A, the nature and purpose of the proceedings. B, the contents of the truancy petition. C, the possible consequences if the Wakaija is found to be truant. D, the right to counsel. E, the privilege against self-incrimination. F, the right to an adjudication in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. G, the right to cross-examine witnesses. H, the right to testify, the right to subpoena witnesses, and the right to introduce evidence on the Wakaija own behalf. I, the right to appeal any final order of the children's court. 3-5-19, initial hearing, determination of reasonable grounds. At the initial hearing, the children's court shall enter a written order dismissing the truancy petition unless the children's court finds that the truancy petition sets forth reasonable grounds to believe the Wakaija is a truant. 3-5-20, adjudication hearing, time limit. The adjudication hearing shall be held within 7 days of the initial hearing. 3-5-21, adjudication hearing, purpose. The children's court shall conduct the adjudication hearing for the purpose of determining whether the Wakaija is a truant. 3-5-22, adjudication hearing, burden of proof. The tribe shall bear the burden of showing by clear and convincing evidence that the Wakaija is a truant. 3-5-23, adjudication hearing, conduct. A, the children's court shall conduct the adjudication hearing without a jury and to the fullest extent practicable in language the Wakaija will easily understand. B, at the adjudication hearing, the children's court may consider any evidence, including hearsay, which the children's court finds to be 1, relevant to the determination of whether the Wakaija is a truant, and 2, sufficiently reliable to satisfy the requirements of due process. 3-5-24, finding on adjudication. A, if upon hearing all evidence properly admitted at the adjudication hearing, the children's court finds that the Wakaija is a truant, the children's court shall enter its finding in writing and 1, proceed immediately to a disposition hearing to be conducted in accordance with the provisions of RST Law and Order Code 3-5-31, and or if the if the children's court finds good cause to continue the disposition hearing, set the matter for disposition in accordance with the time limits set forth in RST Law and Order Code 3-5-30. B, if the children's court does not find that the Wakaija is a truant, it shall enter a written order dismissing the petition and releasing the Wakaija from any obligations or conditions previously imposed in connection with the truancy proceedings. 3-5-25, pre-disposition report requirement. Prior to the disposition hearing, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department will assist with tribal presenting officer prosecutor in preparing a written predisposition report setting forth recommendations concerning the disposition of the case, including a specific plan for services to meet the needs of the Wakaija and the Wakaija parent, guardian, or custodian. 3-5-26, predisposition report context. A, the predisposition report shall address in a concise, factual, and unbiased manner those matters relevant to the disposition of the case, which may include but shall not be limited to 1,
a description of the Waukesha home environment, family relationships. 2, information regarding the Waukesha maturity, cognitive and emotional development, and emotional and mental health. 3, the results and recommendations of relevant medical, psychological, psychiatric, or other examinations or evaluations conducted by a qualified professional. 4, a discussion of the Waukesha educational status, including but not limited to the Waukesha strengths, abilities, and special educational needs. 5, the identification of appropriate educational and vocational goals for the Waukesha, examples of which may include A, regular school attendance and completion of the Waukesha current grade. B, of a high school diploma or its equivalent. C, successful completion of literacy or vocational courses. Or D, enrollment in an apprenticeship, internship, or similar program. 6, a summary of any factual findings entered by the Children's Court. And 7, a summary of the Waukesha prior contacts with the juvenile justice system. D, the predisposition report shall include a detailed explanation of 1, the sources of all information included. 2, the necessity of the proposed disposition and plan for services, taking into account the particular needs of Waukesha and the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian. And 3, the anticipated benefits to the Waukesha and the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian to the proposed disposition and plan for services.
Go ahead, Donna.
I can go, from here. 3-5-27, alternative predisposition reports or recommendations. The Waukesha and the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian may prepare alternative predisposition reports or recommendations to be submitted for consideration by the Children's Court in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-29. 3-5-28, predisposition examinations and investigations. A, the following adjudication hearing at which the Waukesha is found to be truant and prior to the entry of any disposition orders, the Children's Court may enter a written order. 1, requiring the Waukesha undergo educational, medical, psychological, or examination. Or 2, directing the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department, A, to investigate any matter relevant to the disposition of the case, including but not limited to any matter described in RST Law and Order Code 3-5-25A, and B, to address the results of that investigation in the predisposition report, or where the predisposition report has already been submitted in a supplemental report. B, where the results of any examination or investigation ordered by Children's Court pursuant to the provisions of this section are not available at the disposition hearing. 1, the Children's Court may enter such orders on disposition as the Children's Court finds appropriate, considering the evidence before it at the disposition hearing. And 2, upon the results of any examination or investigation, the Children's Court, A, may, upon the Children's Court's own motion, conduct a hearing to review its disposition orders in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-35, and B, shall, upon the motion of any party, conduct a hearing to review its disposition orders in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-35. 3-5-29, pre-disposition reports and examinations, confidentiality. Any reports and results of any examination ordered in accordance with the provisions of this chapter shall be subject to the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 23 of this title. 3-5-30, predisposition reports and examinations, filing and service. A, any reports or examination results to be considered by the Children's Court at any hearing conducted pursuant to the provisions of this chapter shall be filed in the Children's Court and served upon the juvenile presenting officer / prosecutor, the attorney, the truancy personnel, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department, counsel for the Wakanja and the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian at least 3 days prior to the hearing in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code, Chapter 3, Sections 1 through 23 of this title. B, the time limit imposed by subsection A may be waived upon the agreement of the parties and the Children's Court. 3-5-31 disposition hearing. Time limit. A, the disposition hearing shall be held immediately following the adjudication hearing unless the Children's Court finds good cause to continue the disposition hearing. B, if the Children's Court finds good cause to continue the disposition hearing, the disposition hearing shall be held within 10 days of the adjudication hearing. 3-5-32 disposition hearing. Purpose. The Children's Court shall conduct a disposition hearing for the purpose of determining A, what services and resources are most likely to ensure regular school attendance by the Wakanja, and B, the appropriate disposition of the matter. 3-5-33 disposition hearing conduct. At the disposition hearing, the court A shall afford the parties the opportunity 1, to present documentary or testimonial evidence concerning the appropriate disposition of the matter, and 2, to convert and to cross-examine the sources of the content and conclusions of any report, testimony, or other evidence to be considered by the Children's Court pursuant to the provisions of this section. B, shall consider the predisposition report and recommendations prepared by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Education Department, as well as any alternative predisposition report or recommendations prepared by the Wakanja or the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian. C, may consider any evidence, including hearsay, which it finds to be relevant, reliable, and helpful in making determinations required under RST Law and Order Code 3-5-31. 3-5-34 Orders on Disposition. A, upon the conclusion of the disposition hearing, the Children's Court may enter any written disposition orders authorized under the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-34. B, in exercising its discretion under subsection A, the Children's Court shall enter the least restrictive orders appropriate considering the needs of the Wakanja and the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian. C, all orders by the Children's Court pursuant to the provisions of this section shall be 1, explained to the Wakanja in language the Wakanja will easily understand, and 2, accompanied by a written statement of A, the facts relied upon the Children's Court in entering those orders, and B, the reasons for rejecting less restrictive alternatives. 3-5-35 A, pursuant to the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-33, the Children's Court may enter written orders including any of the following as best suited to the needs of the Wakanja and the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian. 1, an order requiring the Wakanja to maintain regular attendance at the Wakanja's current school. 2, an order requiring the Wakanja to attend another public school, an alternative education program, a skill center, a dropout prevention program, or other public program which can provide appropriate educational services for the Wakanja. 3, an order referring the Wakanja or the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian to educational, social, community, or tribal services or resources appropriate for addressing needs or issues which contributed to the Waukesha's adjudication. 4, an order referring to the Waukesha or the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian to a tribal elders panel or other body capable of addressing needs or issues which contributed to the Waukesha adjudication. 5, an order requiring the Waukesha and the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian to meet with the tribal truancy board and participate in the development of a truancy remediation plan and to follow the recommendations. Are 6, an order requiring the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian to participate in an educational or counseling program designed to contribute to their ability to care for and supervise the Waukesha, including but not limited to parenting classes. 7, an order requiring the Waukesha to undergo a medical, psychological, or psychiatric evaluation in accordance with RST Law and Order Code 3-5-27. 8, an order requiring the Waukesha to undergo medical, psychological, or psychiatric treatment where such treatment is A, recommended by a qualified medical, psychological, or psychiatric professional, and B, necessary to address conditions which contributed to the Waukesha's adjudication. B, disposition orders entered by the Children's Court under Subsection A shall not include any out-of-home placement of the Waukesha. 3-5-36 disposition orders review. A, at least once per month, the Children's Court shall conduct a hearing for the purpose of reviewing any disposition orders pursuant to the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-33 and determining 1, whether the Waukesha and the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian are in compliance with those disposition orders. 2, the extent of which the disposition orders have been accomplished their intended purposes. 3, whether those disposition orders should A, continue in effect without modification or extension, B, be terminated in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-36B, or C, be modified or extended in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-38. B, at any review hearing conducted pursuant to the provisions of this section, 1, the Waukesha shall bear the burden of showing by preponderance of the evidence compliance of any affirmative requirement set forth in the disposition orders entered by the Children's Court. And 2, the tribe shall bear the burden of the showing by preponderance of the evidence that the Waukesha or the Waukesha parent, guardian, or custodian has engaged in any conduct prohibited by the disposition orders entered by the Children's Court. 3-5-37 disposition of orders, duration and termination. A, disposition orders entered by Children's Court shall continue in force for not more than 6 months unless they are extended in accordance with the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-37. B, the Children's Court may terminate a disposition order to its expiration if it appears to the Children's Court following a hearing conducted upon its own motion or the motion of any party that the purposes of the disposition order have been accomplished. C, the Children's Court shall enter an order terminating all disposition orders affecting the Waukesha and discharging the Waukesha from any further obligations in connection with the truancy proceedings upon showing by the Waukesha that 1, at the end of the most recent school year and following the Wakanja most recent unexcused absence, the Wakanja has accumulated 60 days of regular school attendance without another unexcused absence. 2, the Wakanja has graduated from high school. Or 3, the Wakanja has completed an alternative course of study resulting in achievement of a high school diploma or equivalent. D, all disposition orders affecting the Wakanja shall automatically terminate, and the Wakanja shall be discharged from any other further obligations in connection with the truancy proceedings when the Wakanja reaches 18 years of age. 3-5-38 disposition orders, modification or extension. A, the following a modification hearing conducted upon its own motion or the motion of any party, the Children's Court may modify or extend its disposition orders if the Children's Court finds it's clear and convincing evidence that such modification or extension is necessary to accomplish the purpose of the orders to be modified. The modification hearing shall be held within 10 days of the filing of the motion for modification. C, where the modification hearing is to be held upon the motion of the Children's Court, notice of the modification hearing shall be accompanied by a statement of the specific facts upon which the motion for the modification is based. D, in making determination required by subsection A, the Children's Court may consider 1, the extent to which the Wakanja and the Wakanja parent, guardian, or custodian have complied with any disposition orders previously entered by the Children's Court. The evidence that the Wakanja has either maintained regular school attendance or continued to accumulate unexcused absences. 3, changes in services or other recommendations relied upon the Children's Court in entering the orders to be modified. And 4, any other material changes in circumstances of the Wakanja or the Wakanja parent, Wakanja family, parent, guardian, or custodian. E, all modified disposition orders shall be subject to the requirements of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-33B and 3-5-33C. F, an extension ordered in accordance with the provisions of this section shall not exceed 3 months from the expiration of the prior order, not including summer vacation, and in no event shall the duration of the disposition order be extended. 1, for longer reasonably necessary to accomplish the purpose of the order, or 2, past the date on which the Wakanja shall reach 18 years of age. 3-5-39 disposition orders, violation. The violation of a disposition order pursuant to the provisions of the RST Law and Order Code 3-5-33 may be reported to the Truancy Personnel and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Education Department, who may file a motion for the modification pursuant to the provisions of RST Law and Order Code 3-5-37 R. 2, the Wakanja who has violated the disposition order may be held in contempt under RST Law and Order Code 3-3-26. A, disobedience contempt. Any person who willfully violated or refuses to obey an order of the court may be proceeded against for contempt of court. 3, the parent, guardian, or custodian who has violated the dispositional order may be held in contempt under RST Law and Order Code 3-3-26. Thank you.
So I think we're done with the ordinance readings. we want to move on to the Bureau, and then we'll take a lunch. Is there anything else back there, Sherry, that you want to add to this reading, or are you just glad it's done? Okay. They did order lunch, so it should be coming here pretty soon. Sure.
I have one question. On page 10, 3-5-23, adjudication of hearing conduct, part B, the bottom there. I guess, could you clarify hearsay? It says, at the adjudication hearing, the children's court may consider evidence including hearsay.
If you look on the other, it gives.
That's where, you know, some of the information that we have to provide, because the initial part of this vote is the school. So we'll have all that documentation, all that. When it comes to the Truancy Board, there's always going to be one consistent person that two of them would be up from the school and a person from the and we would be maybe,
You know, we would probably meet like 3 or 4 times, and the Truancy Board at that time, it's not going to be us moving for a petition. It would be up to the Truancy Board, and that would be because, say we've done so much and the parent or the guardian or even the child's not cooperating, and we've given them plenty of opportunities and, you know, provided that wraparound service. So at that given time, it would be at some point we would, when we file for the petition, and if the prosecutor deems that, you know, it's they're going to move for the that the child is truant. And so when we do provide that information, at some point, if we have to have, you know, somebody come in and say, okay, we've done this, so this is what they have said, you know. But for the most part, we feel that we would have everything already documented. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Council, I think we'll move on to BIA report. Dean, are you going to do that, or? Pat, did they put you on the agenda? Okay. Okay.
we needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hard to hear you. We went to budget finance last week, I presented. Made a motion to get us scared out there by under emergency legislation because of our need.
Okay. Maybe after the BI report, we can do that, so you guys don't have to wait so long, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Can I start?
Good afternoon, Joanne. Yep.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, honorable council members on this windy, cold, blustery day. Went outside to just get some fresh air. And good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President walked out, and those on the phone, council members that are on the phone, and the public.
I'm Jolyn Ashley, Superintendent for Rosebud Agency, and they're passing out a few items here with regards to some information that's coming around. There's some information for grants that's coming around that's due at the end of this month. And also information about a briefing that will discuss President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget request for Interior, which includes BIA. So that's this Friday. So if you want to register to get on that call, that's there. And the link is also there through Zoom. Also, BIE, there's some information here for the Education Committee, for those that sit on the Education Committee. This was sent out early March, so my monthly report is for March, so the information you're receiving will be for March or at least recent. Let's see. Take off the jacket. So the briefing today, you did receive also a copy of the report for the agency, and I'm just going to go through some highlights since I know you've been sitting here and going through different documents verbatim, which is good with what you're working on. As far as the executive direction, which is my office, I've been attending as many meetings as I can possibly attend, both here with Land and Natural, TLE, with the president, and SRD, kind of getting up to date with some of the fundings that are out there, some of these announcements that I also sent out. The other one that you may see, this was just end of March, the land acquisition information, so this may be of some interest to you as well. So, but I've been just, again, working on trainings, of course, for myself, having a lot of different meetings with staff, working on plans, working on reorg, and so forth within the agency. There's some programs that I've been really focusing in on to get them more specific assistance. However, I know one thing that's been stressful for us is we haven't received our fiscal year budget yet, so we're working in the red on everything. So what we have currently, we're working with what we have, and so that goes from facilities to, range, just doing stuff local. And also that again includes burial. So we're having to decline services. So that's been a lot. So since mid-January to now, it's about 21,000. Yeah, estimate about 21,000. So we did have recently, just highlight, we did have in March our safety inspection. We did have regional folks come down and inspected our facilities and gave us some feedback. But we also have been looking at funding that's already there. So as you can see under facilities management, just highlights, we're working with different areas. I know one of the questions that came up last time was on HEDOG, and we did get...
Stanley, can you mute your phone?
Steve, can you mute
Steve,
your phone?
can you mute your phone?
We did get an update from HEDOG and Spring Creek as far as the school updates, and we have been having meetings, so we're going to go drive out there again this Thursday and just do another inspection. But right now, as far as HEDOG and the discussion regarding the historic information, we went out there, we did the EA on the different buildings. However, the 6 quarters where the staff live, the teachers currently, they were not included, just the buildings. So that was something that I wanted to respond to you as far as your question the last time I was here. And that is specifically with Todd County School. So that's that 25-year lease with BIA. So that will expire in October 2029. So that's when that will expire. And they also expressed, the Todd County School District expressed to utilize the bus garage, which is building 511. So we're having weekly calls with the region, with Tiffany Ewing from the regional office on He Dog and Spring Creek. Demo for Spring Creek occurred, so we're looking at two of the buildings, the main building and building 1101 and main school building 1103, which were both demoed. And the final inspection was conducted April 4th, so just recently, 2022. So we're still going through the punch list items, and Facilities and I are going to go back out there again this week on Thursday. So if you want any other information on those two schools, so that's with Facilities. Let's see. With regards to the question, I know there was a question regarding quarters. The quarters committee will begin meeting and updating the regulations. So I did ask them to start meeting again. They hadn't met in quite some time. So that will be addressed as far as the question on priority, as far as who will be assigned different quarters. All government housing, the rent notices were sent out, so rent increases were accrued and given out to the folks that live in quarters for the Bureau. Let's see, self-determination, we do have one still outstanding. It's the safety of dams report, so I did list that in there. We do need information from them from April through September 2021. Otherwise, we're working to, just waiting to see the audit, which will be due June 30th, 2022. We have continually been meeting bi-weekly on the bipartisan infrastructure law funds. Again, that's going to be, there's a meeting here that I gave you this Friday on that funding. But we have been meeting, and there is new funding that came in through for the Rosebud Tribe's forestry program. So they got an additional $80,000 to work on some planting and re-commercial thinning, or pre-commercial thinning, not re. So that's some good news for FY22 funds. Let's see. We did get to go up to Peshla, so myself, Mr. Wilson, Dean Wilson, we have Bert Sandoval, who is fire prevention officer, and then a range tech, Darian. We all went up and met with the Rosebud Forestry Program, or Game and Fish, at the request of Land and Natural. So we went up there, beautiful up there. However, there does need some work with the fencing. I did let Mr. Timothy LaPointe know, the regional director, as far as the visit that we were up there and what was seen, what was observed, where there needs a lot of help. A big portion of that will be cleaning out the area, especially that building. There's trash all over. It was just, needs a good cleanup. Earth Day is this month, or should be every day, but cleanup there would be great. Otherwise, it's a beautiful country up there. Let's see. As you can see, we just gave an update on all the different grants. Our self-determination specialist, Andy, has been working diligently. She's actually working with some other tribes, especially Pine Ridge. So working on assisting them with some of their funding. Let's see, as you can see, the wind outside is just drying everything up again. So our big thing for this month is to work to see how we can schedule to get our guys over at fire do have some training, but also wanted to just see about raising the fire danger as a whole for the Rosebud Sioux tribe, as far as maybe getting more notices out for no burns or ash or pickup or something. And we could see how we could work together to do that so we can assist folks. But I mean, I know it's still cold, so everybody's still burning at home. And, but once that ash, gets out, and it's very dangerous, and it could really ignite really, really quick. So hopefully I can work with President's office or maybe Land and Natural to see how we can do that as far as getting more of a fire restriction notification in collaboration with BIA and the tribe. That would be great. We're working with the region on accessing more fuels funds, so hopefully we can pull together. I'm working to hopefully get more folks hired and then ADs trained and VFDs. So that's going on with fire. Probate, as you can see, they gave a little summary, which they're just working diligently. Still, we have 2 folks there working with probate, and they're overwhelmed since they're learning a whole new system. They went from one system to now they're learning TAMS. So that's been a challenge for them, but they're getting through it. Let's see, range. They're going to be working with, one of the priorities they're going to be looking at that I have Darian working on is to assist with the grass survey up there. Because it looked like in some areas that whoever's cows that were on U.S. Forest Service side got through because of the fencing. And so there's going to be some re-veg and I guess monitoring in those areas where the cows came through and ate up everything. So that's been, and they're working diligently. Let's see. Realty, I do have Mr. Dean Wilson here with me. He can answer any questions. They've been working as well, going out, doing some inspections, sending out notifications for trespass and other violations that have come to our attention or continually are on our list. So those are being addressed, and he's working on quite a few projects. As you know, right now, we do still have openings. We're still working with HR out of the Oklahoma office to hire a deputy superintendent, which right now, since we don't have one, I'm doing both duties. So hopefully we'll be bringing on Mr. Wilson, and he'll be delegated as acting deputy superintendent soon. So I'm working with the region to have him brought on to assist there at Rosebud at the agency in Mission. And that's it. Those are my highlights. If you have any questions. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Any
Pam?
comments?
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. I know there's quite a few people hungry in here, so make it short and sweet. Why don't we have a written report from the Bureau?
The written report?
Usually we always get a written report, so we have something to base our questions on from the time it's written to the time we get it, what's lapsed, what's been corrected, things like that. Why aren't we getting those?
I guess clarification, a written report from the last meeting or this meeting? Because I did, you should have a copy of the written report for the month of March. So this is all of March. There's an email, but we also had, one. Okay, yeah. You have a copy. It's dated April
8th from Cheryl LaPointe.
And then there was an email.
Oh.
Well, we passed out quite a bit of paperwork, so you might have gotten confused.
I got
Sorry.
Stuck with it.
I apologize for that.
Okay, so I think we had some questions last time and you were gonna do follow-up on it. Find it. So with all these grants that the Bureau has, put out, that's, for our tribal programs to put in for, right?
Yes.
And are these, as the infrastructure money or what is this one coming out of, these coming out of?
The two that I gave?
Yeah.
Those are coming out of the Indian Energy Office. So under Indian Energy, there's minerals, there's mining, and there's two different pots there that they have. So that could be like oil, gas, coal, natural gas. That would be your offices to look at these fundings. So it could be, so the first one would be Energy and Mineral Development Program. So that could be a feasibility study with any of the projects that the tribe may be looking at. So that could be as much as 10,000 or as much as 2.5 million. The other is the Tribal Energy Development Capacity. And that is from, you could get a minimum of 10,000 or up to 1 million. And a lot of the tribes that look and seek to get these fundings do feasibility studies, do small type renewable energy. A big push right now with funding is climate and resiliency. And so those projects are there for the tribe to look at if it's a small pilot project. So maybe one could be the geothermal that SIAD was looking at. That would be a great project. We did meet with SIAD last week or week before, last couple weeks. We've been working with your different tribal program managers to give them this information and have them ask us questions and if they needed any help. So Mr. Hawkins would be one that, or Mr. Ledoux would be one as well. We're going to be meeting with him soon again to go over these projects and these project funding.
I have a question about that.
Board Chair.
Thank you.
I guess excuse me, I'm sorry. The dates on these are coming up really close. And I'm worried because there's a process to submitting grants and our programs have to bring a resolution to committee level. And then they have to be pushed forward to the tribal council just to apply. And I don't know if any of these came or went through committee at all. Do you know?
No, I don't, but I did bring this to the attention of council back in February that this money, BIL money, because it was posted in December 2021 and I sent it out to the tribe. And then I mentioned that we were, as BIA was being proactive so we could, nudge folks that needed to be nudged as far as working with Mr. Ledoux and our SRD to help assist and ask, go back and forth so that we could assist. So as I understand, Mr. President did meet with the managers as well at one point.
Yeah, were you talking about safety of dams and water resources? With this infrastructure money, it's more competitive for than what we think, and it's going to be a hard process to get proposals in to meet those applications, what's required for applications, since it's so competitive. It's not specifically for tribal tribes anymore, so it's going to be a process. We're trying to work through that process with SRD to maybe set something up with them so we can have our program start applying for these infrastructure monies. So we're still working on it. We did talk to the Bureau and Secretary of Interior, their assistance, and we asked for technical assistance on this stuff so we can get actually start applying for some of this money. So.
I guess I have one more question regarding the Rosebud community. I asked this to the former acting prior to you coming. There are several lots that have been vacated here in Rosebud that did have BIA homes on them or have BIA abandoned homes or condemned. And my community would like our land back, and they would like it put back in good standing where we can put houses there. So, and we also would like to have, if possible, payment on those leases for the years that they sat vacant to the tribe. I think there's 9 of them, if I'm correct.
So to help, well, to answer part of your question, we do have about under facilities, if you look under facilities, the pilot project. So assisting with Rosebud pilot project. So we're going to be looking at 3/4. So 3 of those homes will be looked at as far as renovating or remediation and renovation, at which time, we would work with the tribe to turn those over back to you. However, I know, and this was something that we did bring up with Tiffany Ewing and with Ms. Leota Combe, as far as trying to list out and work with the tribe on what other facilities, quarters, or areas that would be cleaned up from our end, but also returned back to the tribe. So this would be this pilot project is a good one to start. So we did get funding for that. So we're working on that with you all.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate the update. And I also, there are some sites that have been vacant that don't have anything on them. So is that included in here as well?
No, but if we could sit down, we could work with those, and we could work with Dean's office as well, and then Leota's.
Okay.
And see what we need as far as paperwork to get that process going.
Okay, and Dean, I'm talking about the sites on the Wagon Road,
Yeah. Yeah, I know where you're talking about.
and then a few of them up here that are,
Just a matter of working through and removing all the agency reserve that's on the land.
okay. Thank you.
And part of that, I guess, been looking at this for a while, was really, instead of doing them by individual lots, like to describe them that way, and piecemeal them out, was looking at more of what was going to be reserved, and then release the rest. That way there's nothing, no lands orphaned, saying the alleyways or anything like that. All of that would be clean. I mean, better that way, so.
That sounds like a good plan. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Tara, did you have a comment, question?
I just have a question. Good morning. Good day, Council. And Superintendent Jack. I just have a question concerning the drought and fire ban and stuff. Are we able to earn ceremonial monies? Because there's a lot of us who still bring and discarding of our stuff. So would that be allowable? Because we've had a lot of deaths, and I just had an outreach message me, and that was her concern because she has to burn 2 family members that just recently left within a month. So is that possible? Are they still able to do that?
Oh yeah, we could work with you. Between the fire wildland fire, we could develop something that could go out to the tribe and have it be in concurrence.
So it'd be kind of like a monitor kind of?
Yeah,
control?
yeah, and we could work with the tribe on that.
Normally when them come out and they post the ban or anything like that, there are
exemptions for the traditional or ceremonial fires there.
Definitely.
Is that a report? Yeah, that's
Just have to make sure that we know when it's happening so that we're prepared and we're on standby.
Yeah.
For our staff.
They just
Our
ask
crew.
that they call in to, dispatch and let them know that they're doing that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Just communication.
Yes.
Lisa?
Good afternoon, thanks for coming. I just had a question on the deed of trust listing here. On the back page. Now, I know a lot of these deed of trust applications have been pending for a very long time. And I think that it'd be good if we can get, I know back before when these would come out, we would see what date they were actually submitted for fee to trust. And, you know, just going down the line here, like Schoenhard, for instance, pending at Interior Board of Indian Appeals. Do you know when that might be scheduled to go in front of that board? If we can get more of a specific timeline on these so that we can see how long that these applications have been waiting in fee, you know, to go from fee to trust. And I know, you know, like the second one, radio communications land, pending the issuance of the final title opinion by the field solicitors, you know, how long is it going to take them to issue that? And of course, there's a lot of them here that are waiting for more realty funds. You know, I don't know when that will come down. And then the Boys and Girls Club, pending inspection of property corners by Bureau of Land Management and Agency. I mean, just if you could maybe summarize when they're going to be doing that inspection and how long these applications have been pending, just so we can get a good idea of how, you know, it's kind of coming down to the timeline here. We do have our Secretary of Interior down there, you know, up there, that I think we can really assist us to push a lot of these through, because I think a lot of these have been here before my time. So, yeah, just to put some dates on there and actually a little bit more detail on when they will be addressed.
Yes, we can do that. And also I'll put in there too, we do get an update of when they're meeting, their little schedule, so I'll include that in the next report. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wayne, go ahead.
Thanks, Joanne. What kind of positions are there going to be openings for department-wise?
So we have the deputy superintendent, and then we have the fuels operations, and then the fuel specialist, and then we're looking to hire added ADs with funding. So those will be the positions.
Then another question was, have you started to detail at least a secretary to be on call or in the office to start answering phone calls? Because that was something Pam brought up at the last meeting, and I don't think it's ever been addressed. I didn't really understand, because the phone calls previous to last month when this was brought up, when I called BIA, I usually got somebody, like, there was someone answered the phone, and I didn't really understand where Pam brought that up, where tribal members were saying people were not getting anybody when they called BIA until last week. I called in on a lease issue because leases are now being rewritten, and I have not received a bunch of leases. Last night at the Grazing Association meeting, there's a lot of tribal members who have not received leases, and it's been months now. So they're worrying because they don't have a lease, and basically they have an operating note at a bank, and without being able to pay on that, we're paying interest on money that we're needing to expend, and we don't have those leases perfected yet. And this did not happen to me until last week, and all of a sudden I called BIA, and nobody picked up. I got sent a laundry list of push whatever to contact so-and-so's office. And then I thought about it, and I started making it a game for myself. And I called back, then I called back, then I called back, and I pushed this number, then I pushed this number, literally 9 times until I gave up. And then all of a sudden, when I called back the 10th, I was like, no way. So I called back the 10th time, and luckily, Mr. Teachow answered the phone. And then he transferred me to the department that I needed. And when he transferred me to the department head that I needed, they didn't pick up, so I got dropped. So literally, I'm sitting here and I'm like, come on now. So then I did have the cell phone number to who I needed to contact privately. So that's how I got a hold of them. But literally, tribal members out there, they don't have that capability to have that cell phone number directly. So all of a sudden, I was like 10 times, I called BIA and I didn't get anybody or the right person.
Okay.
So can you at least have a secretary that would delegate a
Yes,
phone call directly to somebody?
yes. We
Thank
will
you.
answer the phone. I apologize for that.
Any other comments? Share?
Just to inquire, when are you guys going to open up?
So right now, BIA, the interior is still fully on max telework, so from the region down to all the different offices. However, what I've asked starting Monday this week is to have everyone in office full-time from 8 to 7, or not 7:30, 4:30, Monday through Friday, unless they're on leave or on travel for training or whatever. So we're doing that these next 2 weeks, but eventually by the end of May, we're supposed to be in full, everyone throughout the interior is supposed to be in the office within the phases, depending on the numbers within the community. So it depends. So right now we're low. So that's what I keep looking at that as well. But I understand, I understand that we do need to have services, and we have been working on full telework as much as we can. So, or flex schedules where it's been Monday through Friday in the morning, and then the afternoon they're telework, or switching in and out depending on who's in the office. So, but this week I did ask all staff to be in office working full time. So they are this week and next week. And then we'll just see what the numbers look like, and then see how it's working there at the office. But right now we're just taking appointments. We do have on the, what is that, the southwest side of the building, if you make appointments. So Albert with Range and others have been meeting. We do have an realty office set aside, and then Range. So those two, and we've been having a few different meetings. President came down, we did have a meeting with SRD in the conference room, but just still limited, but not open to the public like you are here, where everybody's just kind of meandering around, so.
One last question regarding the certification of our Rosebud Volunteer Fire Department vehicles. When is that going to happen? Because it just looks, it looks like it's something that is just being procrastinated.
And I apologize for that. I did, and I keep asking the regional office, and right now it's with the solicitor still. And like I said, I've called even last week because we want to work with the VFDs to get those new vehicles and new equipment and whatever else that's new inspected. However, we can't do that. We're only right now allowed to do what's listed under the old solicitors, or the one that's in there currently. So we can go in and inspect, but it will only be on old equipment, old vehicles. And that's where it's at right now. We just had our FMO monthly call with the region, and that's where we're at still as of today. So all of Great Region is still working from the old one and awaiting what the solicitor is going to respond back with.
Okay.
So, and that was, like I said, just this morning with our FMO regional call with them, and that included the regional branch managers, including Mr. LaPointe from the regional director, or the regional director.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pam?
I guess, Dean, what is the cost for an environmental assessment for small businesses? What is the cost on the environmental assessments for small businesses here in Rosebud?
It would probably vary according to the project, but anywhere from 7 to 15,000 probably would be out of line. to get an EA done.
Why such a high cost, I guess, for a small business?
It comes down to basically within what they call the NEPA, or Environmental Protection Act, if it's requiring the Bureau action or approval, then EA is required for a business lease because it's a change of use in the land. So NEPA is what triggers the requirement for the EA. Now, I have had talks with Solo TLE about an option to that. If it's not, the tribe always has an option to do with tribal land as they choose. But when it requires the superintendent to approve that document, then NEPA kicks in. So you always have the option to do a lease on the outside of the Bureau for that. But you're talking about a business and how the impacts of that, what that may be. You see what I'm saying? What type of businesses would come underneath and not do it? Which ones go above it? Based upon the types of businesses and what they're doing, it gets a little shaky there. So it basically comes down to, for NEPA, if it requires the Bureau to take an action or the Bureau superintendent approves the document, then EA is required for a business lease.
So with that high of a lease, who benefits from that? Where does that money go?
You would be hiring an outside environmental engineer to complete that.
But
Probably go to that company.
but if you guys are requiring it, the Bureau is requiring it, why wouldn't the Bureau pay for it?
I guess I can't answer that question. It comes down through NEPA. That's the way it goes. It's another one of unfunded mandates, they call it.
Okay, I guess before my colleague takes over the floor, one last question I have is for our old jail up here. From my understanding, that still hasn't been passed back over to the tribe yet. What is the
old jail?
Yeah, the
police department?
Yeah.
Okay. As I understand, they still want to keep using it. So there still has to, again, go through EAs. We're going to have to do different compliance actions once that's formally requested by the tribe. I haven't seen that paperwork, so maybe I have to do some research on that to get that information. But it will have to go through the same process as far as going through the EA and the whole process that we're working on with the renovations and even with the roof project. So that will take time and money again.
It's done, but I'm not too sure. Also, the last thing is with our road department building over here, I do know that I brought up that we did not receive sufficient amount of money according to the cost of good prices right now. So is the Bureau here doing anything to get more money for that?
Right now, if you look under facilities management, it is listed here under building 63, which is the roads roof replacement. And it was awarded as a 638 contract to the Rosebud tribe. We did get an update from Mr. Welch from the regional office, and at which time we did look at, we're working through where the money is. Right now, again, we still have not gotten our funding for FY22. The ATOR is being identified. Mr. Welch did come down during his facility visit, and he did take a look at the building again. So we'll have probably another meeting next week. We've been having them bi-weekly. So this is the most recent update. So right now, it is a 638 contract, And what would happen is if you did not spend the money, it would be returned. And at which point it would be up to the tribe on what it wants to do, but no additional funding will be awarded. Right now it's listed under the listing as being a roads roof replacement under this contract number. That was what was clarified to me.
But I guess what I'm getting at is the cost of material and whatnot has increased substantially. So what I'm asking is, when Mr. Welch came or anything, has he looked at giving more money to that? Because they've done bids, but they're just more, I mean, they're like 3 times higher than what their money that was given. So
yes,
I'm just wondering why we would have to give the money back and why they can't supplement more money to it.
Well, if that was the option of what, well, I guess I have 2 different things. So I remember you had asked whether or not the tribe could look at getting the funding back so you could build a brand new one. That would be the process there. However, with this question specifically on adding money to the existing project, we would ask for that, and we would again wait for that. And we are on all these projects under facilities looking at the cost of construction and materials. And right now it is high throughout this listing. And so what we'll have to do is again play the waiting game and wait for added money and request the added money, at which time it would be unforeseen at what time that would be updated on with regards to the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Russell, comment,
Getting
question?
hungry right now.
I'm sorry.
Going back to, I got the same phone call this morning from one of the tribal charters about the
office
requirement for environmental assessment. You know, in the past, when we have, and I'm gonna use an example. Somebody has a 2.5 acre home site, right? And they want a business, and we've issued those in the past where they want to start a good example is just, they want to do a wood cutting business. And they submit a proposal, and so to extend that home site by 7.5 acres. So we allowed that, the tribe. Now this whole scenario is one of our tribal program wants a chunk of land so they can build infrastructure. And to us, that's our business. Now, when you take this, and I'm going to use this example of this construction of this company, this highway. It's a bid out process. You know, we have engineers that come in there, they do the assessment, they go through the archaeological, they do the environmental impact. And we have to pay that firm, that A&E firm, a chunk of money. And, you know, over the years, the tribe really got screwed, and these guys, because we don't know about it, so they'll add it on. For example, the archaeological survey of 8 miles, I think was like at $250,000. And I can't remember specifically what the EA, you know, the environmental impact. But when they did that, all they did was walk around the potential environmental is this gas station. And all they probably do is pull up a recent South Dakota inspection of the pumps, that kind of thing. So in a sense, you know, and then they're charging the roads department, you know, this great big chunk of money. We did the survey for less than what they submitted. And like fools, you know, it comes through here and we pass it, you know, because we don't know anything about that, the process. So when it comes to me, a tribal program trying to, you know, build on tribal land, it's gonna benefit the Rosebud Sioux tribe as a whole. I mean, that's kind of my thing, but, you know, when you're sitting over there and saying, okay, well, you know, NEPA kicks in, of course, but NEPA should be meant for that company that's doing this, not for a tribal program who wants to build infrastructure on tribal land. It'd probably take a lot less than 10 acres, probably take maybe 2 acres at the most. And we do that all the time. We approve home sites for people as long as we do the archaeological survey. Environmental, you know, these EAs that, A&Es, I mean, that come here, they really take advantage of the tribe. And I hope you guys aren't on that bandwagon to pursue this environmental assessment. You know, I really, you know, they asked me, I said, you know, this is the scenario. And I don't think we should, you know, if we want to support one of our tribal entities to get a chunk of land, we'll probably authorize it. So I don't like this idea of BIA stepping in and saying, no, because NEPA kicks in, you got to do this. You got to pay for this. You know, leave it to those A&E, you know, and then hopefully this body in the future sits here and really looks at the dollar amount that we're paying out. I mean, we're paying out over $1 million for somebody to do that. And they include this little stuff in there, and you know who makes the money, right? Is those A&Es. So we really got to be cautious, and some of us are here. And of course, when we start talking about it, it just turns people off. But you know, when it comes to land, you know, we just had one of our current. We took an oath of office this morning, and that's to protect the best interests of our Rosebud Sioux tribe, or Sioux Nation, or wherever we want to call ourselves. So I just wanted to add to that particular question, because I'm assuming you got that call this morning too.
Did you want to add?
No, Russell, I totally agree with everything you said. And believe me, I try everything I can to find a workaround anywhere I can. There's been a couple we've done basically under a residential because of a time frame that needed to be done for a tribal program. So we do try to find workarounds as much as we can. And I agree. You guys have the right to decide everything you need to on your own lands. That's the way it is.
Yeah, and housing they stepped up to the plate. You know, now, you know, because U.S. Department of Agriculture, you know, the state of South Dakota declared this area agricultural use only. So then going through HUD, I mean, they, you know, through HUD now they're saying, okay, well, you can't put a house there because that's agricultural use. So we don't have that ability to, you know, if our tribal members want a piece of land out here, just because somebody declared it agricultural use, they cannot get a home site anymore. I mean, it's this bureaucracy business that really gets us.
Yeah.
Or gets to me anyway.
Yeah,
and you know, this is our tribal land, mind you. And so, you know, we can determine sitting here what the best interest of our tribe and its membership is. So I just wanted to relay that to you, and I had some other questions, but I am kind of getting hungry. But going back to Millette County, the booster, the land that still hasn't been put in trust yet. I mean, that's over 7,000 acres. Now, has the Bureau ever determined that 7,000? We purchased it already.
Yeah.
Is it part of that inventory of the size of our ownership in Millette County now? Or is it waiting pending this approval?
It's not in trust. It's not common, it's trust acres.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm glad you answered that because,
Yeah.
you know, we've been for a long time trying to get over 50% of Millette County, you know, concerning that, Knight versus, Rosebud
Yeah.
tribe issue. And every time we ask, you know, we're sitting at 36 or 37, whatever the amount is, kind of fluctuates. You know, because we don't have an accurate, but 7,000 acres will really increase our tribal ownership in
Yeah.
Millette County. So
Definitely.
the sooner you guys, jump on this and get it done, we only have this window of opportunity to get things done as we should.
Yes.
Look at changing our own laws, how long it took, you know, 2015 to
Today.
2022. Here we are just catching up. That's, you know, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
We need to be more efficient.
Yeah. No, I understand. And I thank you for the comment. As far as this, like I said, update, and I'll work with Mr. Lapointe to see where we're at. I know at this point, the Fee to Trust advisory group does meet weekly, and I know they're trying to push through as much as they can. This is a priority for Great Plains region, for Mr. Lapointe to push as much as we can from Fee to Trust lands for all of Great Plains. As far as NEPA, you know, it's a federal reg that we, you know, comply with as far as the Bureau. And if it's federal funds that are funding a project, then that's something we have to go through as far as compliance. You know, if the tribe were to take over and do its own EAs and, you know, go down that path, then that would be great, because then you could sign off on more projects,
Well, this
you know, more.
particular program is not federally funded.
Mhm.
You know,
If
it's
it's
funded
tribal.
by,
The tribe.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
And if I don't have to sign off on it, then that's your work and your project. But if I do, then there are other requirements. So,
We had Sheriff, and then we have Dean that wanted to respond to something that was said.
You know, whenever the tribal council brings up issues like Councilman Eaglebear brought up, I would really like it if you would offer technical assistance and start helping the tribe and really push drafting policies just to remedy those issues.
yes, we can do that. I would.
Because in one thing that I think that we need to do as a tribal council with the Bureau is we need to have a set meeting, if that's quarterly meeting or a monthly meeting, that's just us with the BIA. Because I'm sitting here looking at all these Dear Tribal Leader letters that you handed out, and there's a lot more going on. And with the current administration, with the Biden administration, there's a directive to the Secretary of Interior to do a lot of outreach with the tribes. And I've sat in on a few of these meetings, and they're framed really well. They have the way that they're set up, it's very organized. But the only way our directors would have a voice is through a tribal leader. And because only tribal leaders are allowed to comment on these meetings. But it's one of the good things that, you know, technology has given us an opportunity to speak with officials within the Department of Interior. So I really think that we need to talk more, especially prepare for these tribal leader meetings. And when our Ranchers Association met last night, they had a lot of issues, and they really need to be heard regarding their fees, regarding the price increases that the Bureau standards impose on them, especially with the cost of goods going up. I think they were commenting that a steel post that was $3 a few years ago is now like $625, so more than doubled, on top of all the fees that they have to pay. So there's a lot of issues there that they have, and at the next meeting, maybe myself or Councilman Frederick will send you an invite, or maybe Dean, to come sit in and just listen.
Okay, that would be appreciative. Yes, I will be happy to come sit in on that meeting.
Okay, but
To understand the issues.
mhm.
Yeah, the increase in fees has been, on everything, has been double.
Mhm.
Just listening to the news this morning, eggs have gone up 50 cents.
I know.
Milk, so yes, I understand.
Okay, and I would like to see if we could visit after this and set up some special meetings with the council and the BIA, so we could address our issues as a council from each committee, because I know like the Judiciary Committee, the meeting on Friday for President Biden to discuss the Department of Interior. Oh, this one's BIE, I'm sorry. I don't know if the Education Department or Education Committee is aware of this or prepared for this. But it would be good for us to all be on the same page and sit in, and if it's going to be President Herman or a delegate, to know exactly what the issues are here. There has been progress made from these in the 2021 consultations, so I do think that they're important. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Tantra.
We have Dean and Russell. Dean?
Oh, happy to let my elder go before me.
Just real quick on this meeting, Mr. President, it does include its Interior, BIA, BIE, and BTFA. So that would be Miss One Star as well. All the different funding.
This is not one of those meetings where you expect to get on there and make
Yeah,
some
this is-
comments, but you're so far down the line that you never get on there and make comments. Is it, or is it, are we actually going to be able to make some type of comments?
Because I
Or,
understand written comments can be submitted as well.
okay.
So if the try were to collaborate all your written comments.
Also, I've been on consultation meetings where you have so many tribes on there that has submitted something to make comments, and they never get to you by the time the meeting's over, so it's kind of hard to do that sometimes. So it's good if we have a small group of people on one, but when you get too many people, tribes on there, it's hard to get your comments in. So Russell?
Yeah, it just, it's not like, I'm aware of your comment. You know, they did come to Land and Natural, and I'm waiting for, when Land and Natural comes up on our agenda, that I will address the request coming from the Indian operator. And, but I guess my question to you is, you know, some of the fees used to pay employees over there.
Mhm.
Some of your first fees, are they still working?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I know you guys, you guys don't go to work. You guys work from
We're
home.
there.
But, you know, I just want to make sure,
Mhm.
because, you know, some of these laws, the taxes they're talking about,
Mhm.
fees that were applied for people that utilize our land.
Mhm.
And so I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, we are.
What, Dean?
Okay.
Just a couple of quick things, and then I'll be quiet and let you eat. With what Russell stated about the prime farmlands that was designated through HUD, that came out of what's called the Farmland Protection Act. And prior to that happening, I was actually signing off on it. They sent the routing slip through that other direction and it got flagged. They were refusing them. However, I did contact a couple people in HUD, got with them, and there is a waiver form that can be done by project. And I got that to Paula, and I think Paula now can do that. So as they move forward, that can be submitted and they can still move forward. They they
Must be lots. $24.
You know, I think we had 20-some of our tribal members who applied for home site, kind of got denied through HUD. And that, for them to be eligible for a home, basically got denied, you know, and so what we did last term was we said, bring HUD down here, let's sit down, and they never did come, you know, because of COVID and what have you. But, you know, there was a directive that came out last week over water permit, you know, which to us is the benefit. We were going to litigate this, and at some point we probably will. And to us, it was a blessing when the Bureau took it upon themselves to hire us to take that off, you know, I mean, kind of give us leeway in terms of water permits, because it's a big issue here in terms of
The state.
pivots.
Oh, the pivots, yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I got to read that information. That was good information to get caught up on.
Okay, is there anything else, Jolene?
Nope, I'm done.
I do appreciate your report today. It's pretty detailed, so I think it was well written, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. And thank you, everyone.
Okay. Pam?
Yeah, I guess before you leave, one of my requests is going to be that I would like to start seeing emails again from the Bureau's office on the report, so we have time to read them before we get them in front of us. Also, if you could email us on some of the questions that we have for you that you're going to look into. If we can get those emailed to us, it'd be nice.
All right.
I have a question on that. Do I send it directly to the individual, or do I CC the
I
secretary?
think what they do is they send them, you can send a hard copy down, put them in their box, or you can send them email. A lot of us don't check their email. They get so much email that they just don't go through it all, so they might miss it.
Okay.
But it's council at RST. Council at RST-MSN.gov. All of us.
Okay, okay, great.
And the monthly report was emailed out on the 8th.
Yeah, the 8th last week.
We need a motion. If we're done with Jolene, we can make a motion to approve her report. Share, second by Wayne, question by Fremont. All in favor? Moving BI report.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh.
Steve? I think that's Steve. Opposed? Not voting?
Aye.
Motion, not voting? Motion carried. Pam, do you have a question?
Oh,
Comment?
yeah, I forgot to ask about the FEMA trailer titles.
FEMA trailer titles?
Yeah, those, remember those titles that the tribe received when I believe Ms. Barrett was the superintendent on them trailer houses that we got during that time? Anyway, the titles don't, the ones that we received, the titles don't match the trailer houses, so I just wanted to know if they have any way of getting some kind of assistance from the Bureau as in locating them titles and making sure that they are.
What's been going on right now is I got a list of all the individuals that that receive FEMA trailers, and their titles didn't match the trailers. So I don't know if we're ever going to find those matches for the title matches. So what we're doing is we're writing down like the serial number of the trailer, and we're trying to match them up, and we're gonna bring back a resolution so we can approve those ownership to, some type of ownership to those trailers. So, I sent the general operations department out the other day, and he got most of them done, so, and most of the numbers match up, so we're gonna bring that back here in the near future. Okay?
Can I ask a question?
But Eileen, for the Bureau?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's just on these FEMA trailers.
Okay, Jolene, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got Jolene back there. I think she's been waiting patiently.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Eileen, did you have a question on the FEMA before we start with Jolene? Then we're gonna have a lunch break.
Yes, yeah, it was just a quick one. The FEMA trailers, I got a call from someone saying that FEMA trailer, they can't get assistance from our renovation program because they don't have a title. What about those ones?
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the, getting the numbers off the trailers and matching them up with the person that has them, and we prove something through council so we can get assistance to the construction office.
Are they going to be able to apply, or do they have to wait?
Yes,
for
they
this
will.
to
As
get
soon as they
all
got some
completed?
type of a confirmation that they own them, then they will be able to apply.
Okay, I'll let them know. Thank you.
Jolene,
Good afternoon,
got
council.
3 minutes.
I'll make this really quick. I know we're all hungry. But just an update on the tribe's general account. You have $526,954.58. And that's made up of the TAMS flow-through account, APRA interest, lease income. TLE, they have $5,395,736.17. And that is made up of their lease fees, range fees. And for the ILCA recoup account, there's $8,778,170.64. And we are still on max telework. We'll all be in the office by the end of May this year. So, does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Jolene? I can't,
Besides, what's for lunch?
you retitled your program. It used to be Office of Special Trustee. What is it again?
Bureau of Trust Funds Administration.
Bureau of Trust Funds Administration.
And for the whereabouts unknown list, where can I email that to? Is that to the council? Or
I'm not sure what the last process they used to. I've seen them come out before, but they were looking for I don't know how that came out. I don't think you can put it out on social media or anything.
you can put names.
Yeah.
Yeah, the names and anyone that, yeah.
You can probably mail it to us and we'll post it here someplace, okay?
Can I send it to you?
Yeah, just send it to me.
All right. Well, everyone have a great lunch. Anyone have questions?
No, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Yeah, you can prove. Motion to approve the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration report. Second by Dara, question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh,
Steve? Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Motion carried. We had, JDC back there. I think they're waiting for budget and finance. They have some type of emergency legislation coming on.
Is there a resolution here?
Yeah. Is it here?
It's already here.
It's already here. You guys want to deal with that or do you want lunch break right now? Okay, all right, 20 after 3, quarter after 3. Okay. Fremont, can you say a meal prayer for us, please?
Meal prayer.
Gary and Pat, can you eat with us? give us increase on our total census population. They were gonna, whatever we come up with this year, they're gonna give us a 5% on top of that increase of on our census, and there's actually gonna be a 20% increase in housing funds this year. So that was kind of good news. We met with T-Mobile just to see if we can have another internet person come down here that provides cell service and maybe compete with AT&T. I know a lot of people are not happy with AT&T or Verizon, so I got his card. We're going to invite him down here to give a presentation, and maybe we can make a deal with T-Mobile and bringing services down here to the Rosebud. So the next thing I have on my report is the purchase of a stadium.
I can go over what we discussed yesterday, but maybe we should go off air since it's not. Is it?
Justin, can we go off the air for a few minutes?